right? So it does help the economic development of Indonesia, right? I think the major is good. Next, in terms of departments, you also see that engineering, chemical engineering, civil and construction engineering, mechanical engineering, and so on, and also the industrial management in the college of management, right? The industrial management is good for the manufacturer majors, businesses. So I think those are all quite match up with the current economic development status of Indonesia. Next. All right, you see the electronic and computer engineering. This also become popular. All right, as you know, Taiwan is particularly Taiwan Tech is good at ICT, right? So I definitely I will explain a little bit, later. And also, some students pay attention to the architecture design. That's also good news. All right, I think sooner or later, I think it has been happened already. I think the Indonesia is building all those tall buildings, so we need architectural design majors, to help all those constructions, right? Buildings. Next. Okay, this is also department. All right, the College of Applied Sciences basically is the major for interdiscipline. All right, that's also become important. Later on. All right, next. All right, you see because of the pandemic, you see the economic growth looks very bad. All right, especially the second quarter, pretty much the worst ever, I think, after the Great Depression. So I know it's very difficult to survive at this time. I wish Indonesia is getting better and better. Taiwan actually is overall pretty lucky. I think our economic growth around 1.5 to 2% this year, I think, according to government projection. Also, the affected, case from pandemic is less than 500 cases, with around 7 deaths only. So because Taiwan suffered from SARS before, so people are very nervous about this disease. So people, has been taking actual care, ever since February. So even right now, many people still wear masks to protect themselves. So I think Indonesian certainly can follow our example. All right, next. All right, the second subject I would like to briefly explain about what we've been doing, in terms of entrepreneurship, right, under these special circumstances. Number one, our major economic planning commission under the Prime Minister's office called National Development Council. All right, proposed the so-called 7 arrows strategy. You see the 7 arrows, right? The 7 arrows certainly is going way beyond our, strengths on ICT, on biomedical, industries. All right, you see the health or the biomedical, the health industry is one of our major, economic, through the government's industrial policy initiative, right? This is so-called zero encounter economy, right? You see the because of the pandemic, so the government tried to help all the industry and university, etc., go digital. All right, so digital you know, technology also become, you know, put in practice in a wide scale. Labor market flexibility, so many company allow their employee to work from home, also become like the US, all right? So things like that. Digital capital markets, that's part of a digitalization, you know, process. The startup, I think it has been, you know, very popular from government industrial policy initiative, right? A data economy ecosystem, because the pandemic certainly not only digital is getting important, but also the data, all right, the big data, you know, the data economy in general is getting important. I would mention that even Google has set up 3 data centers in the southern and central Taiwan, try to, you know, fulfill their services for Asia and for China as well. Supply chain recruitment, etc. Those are 7 arrows. Without, because of time limit, otherwise I should give more explanation. But certainly you can go on the website to get more information as well. Next. All right, Startup Island, important. The Taiwan government has been pushing the startup very aggressively through, you know, creating through, you know, regulation relief, through funding, provide all kind of funding. I will explain a little bit also through, you know, through the invitation of many major international company, you know, to move in, etc. So those are, I think, the initiative trying to, you know, make Taiwan, you know, far similar follow Israel, you know, case to become the startup island. So this basically a logo, right? This is a logo, you know, try to create a new image to make Taiwan the startup island as well. Next. Next. All right, in terms of the financing, you know, for the industry innovation, industry transformation, and startup Taiwan, all these kind of the, you know, initiatives, I think the government are working very hard, particularly in the, you know, under the COVID-19, right? People can stay at home to work away from home to do all their work, but you know they need money to support for sure, right? But in general, the government should not hold more than 49% of total equity in the company. That means the government just trying to provide the funding and let the private individual or companies do their own work, right? So direct investment is part of the financing initiative. Next. All right, angel investment as well, right? You see the National Development Council allocate 2 billion NT dollars, you know, as an angel funding, right? Basically to help the startup company, right? So that's important, and so that's a big one as well. Next. All right, the Industry Innovation and Transformation Fund. Also, there is 100 billion NT dollars, the funding for companies on innovation and transformation. This is special funding for business for company transformation. All right, to upgrade. 糟糕，那个时间过长了。 慧宇，赶快。
这里是这里，不用管它。
Okay, so this is another type of the funding, basically for company transformation. All right, try to upgrade technology, go on digitalization, things like that. Right. Next. VC. All right, the VC. The VC again. The National Development Council, they support the finance, technology, the talent cultivation, management, all those new ventures, right? So this just not the funding itself, including the management, technology, because the NDC will invite expert and scholar to sit in the board, right, to help the company, to grow in terms of technology development, in terms of management as well. I was one of them in this program. Yeah. Next. One more thing is about the startup business investment. All right, this is the actual one. All right, the ratio, the birth funding program has been there. All right, it's staying there as well. But this one is an additional one, right? You pretty much see that the 12 months period funding coverage. The NDC can own the preferred stock on the stock company once the stock company, receive funding from NDC, right? So a lot of funding, you can tell. It's very important. Government provide funding for a company, including startup, including all those businesses transformation, etc. In order for them to survive, in order for them to keep moving and stay on. Next. Also, the MOEA, Ministry of Economic Affairs, is proposed a so-called pilot program. It's a Pioneer for Innovation Leadership on Technology program. I think this program is basically to invite all the international leading technology company, to come to Taiwan, like Google, like Microsoft, like Apple, Facebook, etc., to come to Taiwan to set up their R&D office, data center, etc., in collaboration with the local technology company, and then work as a team, all right, to upgrade the technology, to provide a services to Asia Pacific, to the region, because the Taiwan is strong in ICT, and also the salary wage is so low compared to the US and other advanced countries. So all those leading technology companies, they believe this is a nice and also a wonderful place to set up their services company and data center as well. Next. Okay, there's application requirement. I think all the leading companies are welcome to join this program. If you would like to know more about the detail, certainly you can go on the website, right? Next. All right. Another thing is about digital information transformation as well. Pretty much, I think the digitalization becomes so important, and as I said, Taiwan is good at the ICT, all those ABCD, right? Blockchain, big data, 5G, cloud computing, etc. All the major tech companies, they certainly spend a lot of money in investment on all this, digital technology, including the mobile computing, technology as well. Next. Data economy. The Taiwan government has been working on so-called open government, right, try to open up all the government data, statistics to the public, right? Let the public monitor. Let all people in Taiwan monitor the government's performance altogether, right? Be transparent. So that's a nice thing. A company also they build up a so-called. The government also try to build a so-called data exchange ecosystem, so the company can exchange their data. All right, they can work together and then share the data. All right, certainly later on, I think the data transaction center should be created, so the government, so all the companies, they can, with the sharing of the data, so they know who are their major customers, what kind of businesses are necessary to build up, etc. So all those data certainly can help all the participants under the ecosystem. I participated in one of the Linkou, the suburb Taipei, nearby the airport. There is a special zone we call Linkou Industrial Zone. They're working on the data exchange ecosystem right now. Next. All right, the startup investment environment 2.0. That means the NDC is moving forward to change, to relieve all the regulations and then provide more funding, just with all possibilities, even human capital, to help build up the startup island Taiwan. Right? Yes. Next. All right. I think the next subject I will just mention about the impact of the COVID-19 on entrepreneurship in Taiwan. The first one is about U.S.-China trade war, right? Because of the trade war, some Taiwanese company withdrawing from China and coming back to Taiwan to expand their factory, and some Taiwanese company withdraw their plant factory to Vietnam, but not many of them, go to Indonesia. Some of them may go to Thailand, right? But anyhow, I think that's certainly the U.S.-China trade war make quite severe impact, right? The number one industry in Taiwan is semiconductor, industry. You see the foundry and the IC cross beta number one in the world, memory chip number 4, IC design house and productions number 2 in the world. So overall, I think the semiconductor industry is very strong in Taiwan. All right, the whole clusters. You see the Hsinchu Industrial Park, Southern Industrial Park, Taichung Industrial Park. All the major industrial parks in Taiwan are full of these semiconductor industry companies, etc. Right? Among them, I think the TSMC is the number one manufacturer in house in the world, right? Because the TSMC, because of the trade war, the TSMC received a lot of emergency order from Huawei, from many U.S. companies, right? So TSMC already number one in the world in terms of manufacturing. They keep making expansions, right? They even trying to, expand 4 factories in the south in a month. That's incredible, right? And also the running of the talents. So many of our alumni working at TSMC come back out to our campus to talk to their advisor, to ask the students on campus to work for the TSMC as much as possible, right? So TMC right now, because it's keep expansion, because it's the trade war, and then they all the design house, the IC cross beta, etc., memory chips, etc. They're all surrounded by TSMC, right? And then so because of clusters, so that make the semiconductor industry even growing much faster this year than previous year. That's amazing. That's something we really don't expect it at all, right? The MediaTek, also the leading IC design house, etc. So I think as long as the U.S. and China the trade will keep going, I think Taiwan's majority of them, I think, especially for the semiconductor IC industry, benefit quite a bit, all right, from this trade war. Though. Next. Okay, medical supply shortage for sure, right? I think you can tell that, especially in the beginning, right? But ever since June, after the pandemic is getting better, I think that we have no such kind of problem. But also the Ministry of Economic Affairs, they invite many companies to work together as a team to manufacture the face mask. So we don't have any shortage at this moment now. It's just happening right in the beginning. Right. Next. All right. Many industries are booming, as I mentioned, especially ICT industry, the game, right? Because the work and stay home, phenomena. All right. The health and wellness, AR, VR, in notebook, all those businesses actually are Taiwan's strengths. So all these businesses are actually in better shape. They certainly benefit from the COVID-19. All right, that's really quite. So I think technology is important. Yeah, technology is even more important under this COVID-19. Right. Special circumstances. Next. All right, you see that touch panel, all this computer stuff, biomedical, PCB, monitor, flat panel, all these companies, they all benefit, right, from COVID-19. Also because work from home as well. Next, distant learning, etc. Yeah. Next. Big data, right? A big gorilla. I just mentioned the TSMC, the leading the semiconductor manufacturer, right? The total market value for this company is around 5 trillion NT dollars, right? 5 trillion NT dollars divided by 33, but divided by 30, so you come up with the US dollars, right? It's very big, the big one. It keep getting bigger and bigger. It's pretty much big gorilla. All right, next one. Next. All right, IGS, this company, the arcade game, and mobile game. You see the growth rate, the stock prices, and the EPS. It's just amazing. All right. The reason I mentioned this company because this company is established by our alumni. All right, five of our alumni majoring in the electronic engineering from 20 years ago established this company. This company is going crazy. Also, all these founders, because they're alumni, they've donated almost 100 million NT dollars to our university so far, right? To make a lot of money because the game. Next. Okay, the AR, distant learning, distant diagnosis, etc. Right? AR, VR, also in one of the strengths for Taiwan's leading company. So I think that's another example. Next. All right. As I mentioned, Google set up 3 data centers in Taiwan. All right. You see that central and south. They have more land over that areas. They use a lot of electricity also. But Google is famous for the green technology, I think, and renewable energy. So that's also welcome, for the climate change initiative, right? Next one. Next. In terms of the most strategic economic policy taken, all right. Ever since February, the government found out that the pandemic is certainly not easy, enemy to deal with, right? So the government, set up a slogan or policy guidance so-called epidemic prevention first, and then bail all the companies and revitalization all the companies, the industry, etc. So they create specialization immediately. The initial funding 100 billion, and then bring in more 1 trillion funding. Right? You see, right now I think keep doing that. Right? Next. Okay, one thing is very interesting about so-called triple stimulus voucher program. This for everybody, for 23 million people in Taiwan, including even international, guests. If they hold ARC, if they are resident, they also are eligible to receive this 3,000 NT. But actually, it's a 2,000 government, subsidy for everybody, for every individual. That means if you, take 1,000 NT, and the government will give you 3,000 NT worth this voucher, right? And with this voucher, so you can spend anywhere you like, right? So that's basically trying to encourage every individual to spend money, right? In every aspect, right? So that's pretty much to increase the private consumption expenditures to boost the economic growth, right? So the design very interesting. This voucher you can spend until before the end of this year, right? For about 5 months period, during 5 months period. And the next, okay, let me finish soon. Yeah. Okay, this is another design. Besides the besides the triple stimulus voucher program, also various government agencies they also provide different stimulus vouchers, like the Ministry of Culture provide the voucher to the left, and then the Ministry of Sports provide the voucher to the right. Okay, next. That's just example. Financing, all right, many 700 billion financing assistance to business, labor, etc. All right, small medium enterprises, bank, etc. Loans deferred, etc. All right, for each individuals, they have the $100,000 loan with low interest, etc. Right, those are funding, initiative. Is aiding. Is on the top of all those financing, as we mentioned before. Next. Job assistance also, right? We have the unemployment insurance on the job training, subsidized personnel, payroll, etc. Okay, whole bunch of these, programs. Okay, next. Tax assistance also very important. All right, we for business for income tax, individual income tax, was delayed for months. All right, so people can wait months to file their income tax payments. All right, a lot of the tax exemptions, assistance and stuff. All right, next. Okay, you see that tourism industry is terrible, right? So each businesses can receive the subsidy from government from 100,000 to 200,000 each, right? That's a minimum. Yeah. Next. All right. So I actually pretty much finished about the entrepreneurship stuff. All right, under COVID-19. The rest of the ecosystem in Taiwan, I think because I'm running out of time, I will leave the slide to you. So if you can have time, you can read, you can take a look at. Let me just go through it very quickly, right? Let's just go through the PPT one after the other very quickly, please. Next. You see the all those capacity, that's soft and hard cover. Next. All right, you see very complete entrepreneurship ecosystem on campus. All right, the government certainly provide a lot of funding and a lot of assistance, to the left. You see that. Okay, yeah, just keep opening up each page. All right, next. Micro area. Okay. Yes. Just keep on. Okay, running. Yeah. Okay. Okay, we have a lot of international network. A lot of Indonesian too. All right, so thank you for your listening. I know I may spend a lot of time, but if there are actual time, we can have a few time for Q&A. Otherwise, we can cut it short. Please, yeah. Hello? Come in. Any questions you may raise?
Okay, if anyone has any questions, please raise your hand.
Or anybody would like to make comments? Also welcome. Anybody?
If no one's going to ask a question or voice out their opinion, we might proceed to the next part of the ceremony. Last chance, is there anyone who wants to ask a question or opinion? Okay, seems like there's none.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Lee.
Thank you,
Mr. Liu, for
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Liu, for the very insightful opening remark. And before we proceed to the first panel discussion, we will have a brief break for 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. 这个纠结，我想起来啊，我那里面一首就去年我们去那个跟那工程学院先把 AMRD 的时候，他现在是 break， 他们现在是休息 break。
我先把你把麦克风关掉。
啊。
Tetap pujaan bangsa, siapa berani menurunkan engkau selama-lamanya. Berkibarlah benderaku, lambang suci gagah perwira.
Good morning to all the guests. I inform you that the first panel discussion will. Thank you.
Tanah airku tidak kulupakan, kan terkenal selama hidupku. Biarpun saya pergi jauh, tidak akan hilang dari kalbu. Tanahku yang ku cintai, engkau ku hargai.
Indonesia tempatku berpulang. Sejarah mengakar sejak saya lahir. Semangat yang tak akan lekang hingga akhir. Indonesia hidup bernafas dalam geram tubuhku. Meski ke tanah seberang menghabisi waktu, tetap raga ini mengantar mimpi bukit. Junjung nama baik tinggi, tinggi.
Walaupun banyak negeri ku jalani, yang masyhur pernah dikata orang, tetapi kampung dan rumahku di sana.
berjajar pulau-pulau, sambung menyambung menjadi satu. Itulah Indonesia, Indonesia tanah airku. Aku berjanji padamu, menjunjung tanah airku Indonesia. Dari Sabang sampai Merauke, berjajar pulau-pulau, sambung menyambung menjadi satu. Itulah Indonesia, Indonesia tanah airku. Aku berjanji padamu, menjunjung tanah airku Indonesia, menjunjung tanah airku Indonesia. Dari Sabang sampai Merauke, berjajar pulau-pulau, sambung menyambung menjadi satu. Itulah Indonesia, Indonesia tanah airku. Aku berjanji padamu, menjunjung tanah airku Indonesia, menjunjung tanah airku Indonesia.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are now entering the first session of panel discussion with the speaker, Professor Budi Setyono, PhD from Diponegoro University, and Professor John Burgess from RMIT University, Australia. And the discussion will be moderated by Mr. Yuwanto, PhD. Mr. Yuwanto, PhD is currently the head of Doctoral School of Communication Science, Universitas Diponegoro, with institution coming from Diponegoro University. I will read his academic background. Bachelor's of Politics and Government, Diponegoro University, Master of Political Science, University of Indonesia, and PhD of Political Science in Sogang University, South Korea. To Mr. Yuwanto, PhD, we invite you to guide the discussion. Thank you.
Gue kan join apa nih Zoom?
Oke. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hello everyone. Welcome to panel 1 session of our 5th International Conference on Indonesian Social and Political Inquiries. My name is Yuwanto, and I will be serving as your moderator today. Thank you all for joining this prestigious scientific event held by Faculty of Social and Political Sciences, Diponegoro University. In this session, we shall have two outstanding presentations from our prominent presenters, whom I believe shall enrich our insights and knowledge regarding the theme of this conference. Soon we will be hearing the presentation from Professor Budistiono, PhD, and later on from Professor John Burgess, PhD, respectively, on this very timely subject. Your active participation is important throughout the session. Before the presentation begins, allow me to introduce the presenters. Our first presenter is Professor Budistiono. He is a Vice Rector for Academic and Student Affairs at Diponegoro University, and previously also was a Vice Rector for Communication and Business. Professor Budi attained his PhD 9 years ago from Curtin University, Perth, Australia, majoring in social science and international relations. He has written many books related to the field of his research interests, including social welfare policies, governance reform, democratization, and anti-corruption. He also has experience working with parties outside the university, such as the Ministry of Home Affairs, the World Bank, including being a team leader and political trainer for several years for a biggest political party in Myanmar. Ladies and gentlemen, it will be too long to mention in full his activities and accomplishments. So without any further ado, I'd like to kick things off by welcoming our first speaker, Professor Budistiono. He will deliver a presentation entitled SDGs and Poverty Reduction in Indonesia for total 60 minutes. And we are going to divide that 60 minutes into two parts, which are presentation itself and then Q&A session. Dr. Budi, the screen is yours.
Well, thank you very much. Very good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for introduction. Nice introduction, Pak Yuwanto. It is an honor for me to be a speaker in this very prestigious conference, the 5th of ICISPE that held by the Faculty of Social and Political Sciences, Diponegoro University. And I hope that all of you, all the participants can enjoy the conference and also share the knowledge that we have and also develop good networking among us in the future for conducting research and also probably publication and other form of academic collaborations. As mentioned by Pak Yuanto, I would like to present the title in this conference about SDGs and poverty reduction in Indonesia. But first of all, allow me to share my own presentation rather than from committee. I think there are some technical problems there in probably the the program that I used to work not compatible with the committee. So there are some missing pictures and also sign. So I think the committee can take down the presentation, and I will share my own presentation. Thank you very much. So, all right, so this is mine. All right, so this is the title, SDGs and Poverty Reduction in Indonesia. I think we already followed the presentation presented by Professor Liu previously from Taiwan perspective regarding the effects or influence of COVID pandemic in Taiwan business and industry. So it is also a sad story taking place in Indonesia currently. Quite similar problems we are facing the pandemic. So there are also some disruption in the way of Indonesia, especially the government, in dealing with poverty eradication in Indonesia due to the break of the COVID pandemic. And I will share with you some of the data that currently take place in Indonesia, and also related to the way government try to implement the sustainable development goals that currently undertaking by the government. But because of the COVID pandemic, then the plan is not going as smooth as expected by the government. Some even predict that the goal achievement of the SDGs will not be achieved by the targeted times year, I mean in 2030. So there will be some reformulation, and I think also reprogramming of corruption eradication, poverty eradication efforts in Indonesia due to the pandemic of the COVID-19. And as mentioned by Yuanto, this is my background. Basically, I am Vice Rector for Academic and Student Affairs in Diponegoro University, but I actually originally work as the lecturer in the Faculty of Social and Political Sciences, handling a number of subjects teachings. And this is the content of my presentation. First, I will deal with the narration about SDGs and poverty reduction. And secondly, I will talk later on about Indonesia policies and strategy response in dealing with SDGs, especially target number 1 in poverty eradication. And thirdly, I will give some review and conclusion about all the content of the presentation and also policy recommendation to the government. So the first stage about sustainable development goals and poverty reduction, as probably all of us know, SDGs basically is a continuance of program from United Nations that previously took as Millennium Development Goals, carry out in 2000 until 2015, then 2015 MDGs end, and then almost all countries, United Nations members, agreed to sustain the program into sustainable development goals. from 2015 forward. So the MDGs itself is a document agreed by 191 United Nations members that all agreed to try to achieve all the goals of MDGs by 2015. And then by 2015, the MDGs agenda ends. And afterward, 193 countries, including Indonesia, agreed to adopt a new global development agenda that known as the Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs. And we know that there are 17 SDGs goals that settled by United Nations. And I will now talk about the first goal of SDGs, namely the eradication of poverty efforts. So this is the first goal of SDGs, basically the word try to eradicate poverty. So in or by 2030, there will be no poverty anymore in the world. So this is the target of target number 1. By 2030, reduce at least by half of the proportion of all ages living in poverty in all its dimensions. So this is quite ambitious goals, because at least half the proportion of all ages living in poverty should be reduced by 2030. Secondly, implement nationally appropriate social protection systems and measures for all, and by 2030 achieve substantial coverage of the poor and vulnerable. So this is also quite ambitious regarding the fact that the current situation is still very, bad, especially also due to the outbreak of the COVID pandemic. Thirdly, by 2030, ensure all people have equal rights to economic resources, as well as access to basic services, ownership and control over land and other forms of property, inheritance, natural resources, appropriate new technology and financial services. Fourth, by 2030, build the resilience of the poor and vulnerable and reduce their exposure and vulnerability to climate-related extreme events and other economic, social, and environmental shocks and disasters. So meaning that every country needs to be prepared with all effect of global climate change and also other form of disaster, especially those who will threat the poor and vulnerable people. And also the fifth, ensure significant mobilization of resources from a variety of sources, including through enhanced development cooperation, in order to provide adequate and predictable means for developing countries, in particular least developed countries, to implement programs and policies to end poverty in all its dimensions. So all the countries are encouraged to develop cooperation among countries so that they can, provide adequate and predictable means to help developing countries mostly, but also support least developed countries. And also create sound policy frameworks at the national, regional, and international levels based on pro-poor and gender-sensitive development strategies to support accelerated investment in poverty eradication actions. So each countries need to determine certain policy frameworks so that they have certain milestone in eradication of poverty by certain accountable measurement. So meaning that every country need to develop their own programs that can be seen in a number of stages, and then they can present it achievement of the milestone in every stage that they develop. In or by 2020, the international situation in correlation with poverty eradication actually still have a number of substantial problems. First of all, for example, 1/3 of the world's population still lives in water distressed countries, meaning that there are a huge number of people they cannot access to clean water, even for domestic needs. So this is very substantial in terms of poverty eradication, of course. And secondly, 1/4 of the world's population have no electricity. You can imagine that all of us now have to live in millennium era with online model of living, but 1/3 of the population of the world actually still live without no electricity. So this is a quite big problem. And thirdly, 121 million children are not are out of education worldwide. This is also quite big number. 121 million of children, they cannot access any education, and especially the formal education or school. And then about 25,000 people die every day. Yeah, 20,000 people die every day due to hunger or hunger-related causes. You can imagine that while we are, can access very nutritional food every day, but out there are 20,000 people every day should die because they cannot access any food or they get disease related to hunger. Yeah, so this is also quite sad story. And then the situation even getting worse due to the outbreaks of COVID pandemic in 2019. So if we can see from this chart, for example, from this prediction, if there is no COVID outbreaks, the number of the poor people can be eradicated quite significantly. But due to the COVID outbreaks, either or both World Bank and also United Nations forecast that the number of the poverty or the poor people actually will not be eradicated as the plan that being set up by international community. So in fact, it is possible if the COVID outbreak still take place this year until the next year, the situation maybe will be, getting suffer, or the number of the poor people or poverty will set back to a number that take place 2-3 years before, meaning that probably the number of the poor people will return to the position in 2017 or 2016. Quite sad story. So we do hope then that the outbreaks of the COVID will end soon and we can recover economically, socially, so that we can continue the program on poverty eradication as in the normal situation. And then the second stage, I will talk about what's Indonesia now undertaking policies and strategy in implementing the SDGs, especially the goals number 1 on poverty eradication. This is the initial responses from the government. Actually, the government of Indonesia implemented SDGs under the coordination of Bappenas or National Planning Agency, assisted by United Nations Working Group. So there is a United Nations team that stationed in Bappenas in order to coordinate the efforts in implementing SDGs across institutions nationally and also provincially and locally in Indonesian wide. And now the SDGs have become an important reference for development in Indonesia, starting from the planning stage as stated in the medium-term development plan or Rencana Pembangunan Jangka Menengah (RPJM) to its implementation. And this is the overall overview of Indonesia's SDGs roadmap. First of all, there are some projection of selected SDGs indicators for each goal to the year of 2030. So the Bappenas basically made the document as a projections to draw the picture first when the business as usual is taken or BAU scenario, and then secondly the policy intervention scenario, meaning that if business as usual, the government only take the effort of development without considering SDGs protocol. So there will be, stage or milestone that government can expect, but the expectation or the goals or the target within each milestone will be different when the government make intervention scenario by using every programs related to the implementation of SDGs. So that the second scenario shows the Indonesia strategy for SDGs indicators aim that achieving 2030 agenda will be aligned with the Indonesian development targets that stated in the medium term planning or LPGMN documents. So, but actually now the government already taking SDGs roadmap, including in the amalgamated in the medium term planning document. Secondly, the financing needed to achieve the target mentioned in the first part of the book. So there are some significant change in the way government set up the budget because of the endorsement from the SDGs roadmap, meaning that the government put more emphasis on prioritizing programs related to SDGs achievement in the way government allocates budget, national budget. I think not only at national level, but also at provincial and local level. Even in unit level like university, in Undip, for example, in our university, we need to consider also the support for SDGs implementation and also SDGs goals and targets. As you know, probably several times, our university conducted webinar related to SDGs implementation. And also we try to put our effort maximally to support SDGs that related to education at high level degree, like in our university. So there are some programs that initiated by our university in order to make SDGs goals and targets can be also implemented at university level. For example, there are some programs currently undertaken by university to support the poor, meaning, for example, we allocate certain proportion of number of students received by the university should become from poor economic background. So at least 25 percent of Undip students are those coming from poor family. We also provide some assistance for the poor, for example, in terms of tuition waiver, meaning that the number of students should not pay any tuition fee to our university. We also provide some scholarships for living expenses every month for a number of students. We also conducted some capacity building programs out of curriculum that used to be taken by a student at every program study or study program. So we provide extra assistance for the poor to make sure that they can mobilize vertically, meaning that if we expect the poor just study like the others, probably they have no similar opportunity or equal opportunity to the student that coming from high level capacity of financially rich. So that in order to make the poor students can be competitive in terms of the knowledge and experience, so we provide some extra assistance for those poor students in terms of trainings, for example, and also other capacity building programs. So in this second roadmap, the government basically understand that the budget is very limited. Financing for SDGs should also be supported by non-government stakeholders and also seek for financing innovations. So in terms of university level ourselves, for example, we also try to mobilize donation from the alumni of Diponegoro Universities, Diponegoro University. So currently, our alumni have already developed a foundation for providing scholarship for poor students and also other form of assistance for the poor, including provide financial support for making startup business, so that there are quite a number of graduated students already supported by this scheme, and then they start new business by their own. Thirdly, explanation on SDGs interlinkage. So the goals and target of SDGs are interlinked to each other and can be the leverage of the other goals and targets. So the government basically try to make interlinkage programs among 17 goals of SDGs and also implemented into several programs that one to the other will be form a kind of network and platform, general platform, so that each of the program can synergize to the other. In terms of the Indonesian population, this is also influenced the way government implement the SDGs target and programs. So, for example, there are certain proportion that shows the proportion of people who live in urban and also rural. Urban consists of the 55% of the population, and rural consists of 44.99% of the total population. And then the program in terms of poverty eradication basically divided into equal proportion of urban and rural versus rural. In terms of the age of the population, we know that there are millennial stage people, about 33.75% of the population, and then and also generation of Z, and also generation of baby boomers, the old one, like probably among us, I am can be, stated include in generation of baby boomers, already old generation, and also generation of X, 25.74%. So the program of poverty eradication actually also, generally speaking, uh, uh, divided into certain target of generation that accordance to each of the percentage of the generation. And this is the target of poverty eradication that set up by the government before the outbreak of the COVID-19. The minimum target actually was 5.73%, meaning that poverty rate in 2030 without intervention or business as usual scenario, without any scenario related to SDGs. But if we consider the implementation of SDGs, the number comes into 4.33%, meaning that poverty rate will be in that percentage by 2030 with intervention of SDGs implementation. So the difference is quite significant, more than 1%, I think 1.5%. So actually, many experts say that this goal is quite realistic, but and this is shown by some parameters in the last 5 years. We see that almost indicators here from gap or Gini ratio, percentage of the number of the poor people, and also the percentage unemployment, and also people covered by healthcare, all shows a very positive trend. Yeah, for example, in terms of gap or Gini ratio, the data show the trend of declining from 0.397 to 0.389 from 2016 to 2020. Yeah. And then percentage of the poor people declined from 11.25% to 9.41%, from 28 million to 25.14 million people. So this is also quite promising, actually, before the COVID outbreak. In terms of unemployment situation, also declined from 6.18% to 5.28%. So the number of unemployed people actually getting smaller, but the situation of course will change dramatically because of the outbreak of the pandemic. And also people covered by health insurance, BPJS especially, or obligatory insurance provided by the government, the number increasing from 157 million to 222 million people. So by 2020, actually, there are 222 million people already covered by BPJS or health cover, obligatory health cover that provided by the government. Either they pay contribution by themselves, or government take the obligation by provide some subsidy to pay the contribution to BPJS or to health cover. Despite the achievement, number of people still identified a number of problems and obstacles in the way government try to eradicate poverty. First of all, this is very common, I think, in Indonesia. The problems come from the fact that there is asymmetric definition amongst sectoral institution. So a number of institutions that are mandated by the government to participate in poverty eradication actually have different definition about poverty itself. So the diversity of parameters have impacted on this union and inconsistency of poverty eradication program themselves. So especially when eco sector still persistent very high, then there is dispute between institutions in order to make sure the coherence and synergize programs exist. They have difficulties to making united action into similar definition and also parameters. The problem also come from the fact that the persistence of corruption still very strong in Indonesia at all level. In every time KPK almost every month capturing corrupt official, for example. Also in anecdotal evidence, a number of people expressing the practice of corruption in certain institutions still take place. They brought in the social media and also in conventional media, for example, they express that the daily life of the people still circumstanced by corruption practices. So many funds are misused by government officials for sake of self-enrichment or political intentions rather than to help the people, including in the program that deal with, for example, unemployment, programs that deal with COVID outbreaks, and so on. So this is quite significant obstacle for us when we want to achieve substantial achievement in dealing with poverty eradication. Thirdly, problems also related to the fact that there is still insufficient investment and economic growth that impacted on the availability of employment for the people. So when the investment and economic growth is still insufficient to provide business activities, then meaning that the vocation or jobs are not provided efficiently or provided sufficiently. So, for example, there are huge of people who are educated, have to work in the area that they are not quite related to educational background that they have. The common situation, for example, we know a huge number of graduated people, sarjana, S1, even S2, have to work as the driver of, for example, online project. This is not to say that this is bad things or something that inappropriate. No, but to be a driver project, actually people only can be trained within 2-3 days or 2-3 weeks. No need they have to take higher education. So if some undergraduate or graduated students have to work in the field that not related to their educational background, meanings that the number of jobs and investment, of course, and also economic growth are not sufficient to cover the need of the jobs for the people. So they remains in the poor condition. And then, of course, fourthly, about the COVID-19 outbreaks has created disruptions in all aspects of efforts in eradicating poverty because of the COVID. The business process tend to slower, and also some projections and plans, business plan, not be implemented very well. The investment also some hesitation to make new investment, so that this is situation also getting everything becomes more worse. And this is the impact in terms of generic perspective. The COVID-19 outbreak will increase the poverty rate and a number of poor people, the poor. This is estimation made by Research Center of Semarang, that in September 19, for example, the number of the poor actually about 9.22%, but it is projected will, in the end of 2020, the number will reach 12.37%. And then in terms of the number of the people, 24.79 million poor people will be reached into 33.24 poor people by the end of 2020. And of course, if the outbreak still take place in 2021, the number will more increase in the higher percentage. So in conclusion, for my presentation, first of all, it can be stated that Indonesian government has set up a realistic target to reduce poverty by 2030. But even though there are some achievements that already I mentioned before, many problems still remain hampering the effectiveness of the poverty eradication programs. As I mentioned, at least there are 4 obstacles and problems that are persisting in Indonesia right now. And the situation even getting worse due to the COVID-19 disruption that disrupt the scenario and causes the increased number of poor people. So that's because of these reasons, I recommend that probably it is urgent for the government and also for all of us to make a shifting scenario to reformulate the strategy in dealing with poverty that previously were not taken into mind, because the COVID basically just happened as it is. And even in the early stage of the outbreak, many higher level of government agencies actually, or even minister and the president, still underestimate the impact of the COVID to overall situation in terms of social and also economic stability of the people and also the nation or the government. So it is very important to government at all level, national, provincial, and also local, to make a shifting scenario and reformulate the strategy of poverty eradication that accordance to the current situation related to the outbreak of the COVID-19. I think all that's presentation that I can give to you right now, and I will be very happy if you have any question and discussion for further exploring the topics, and look forward to have intense discussion with you. Thank you very much, and the screen back to the moderator, Pak Yuanto. Thank you.
Thank you very much for an interesting talk, also an inspiring talk from Professor Budi Setiono. Dr. Budi has outlined his presentation clearly and comprehensively, touched upon 3 basic substances, namely SDGs and poverty reduction, and secondly, how Indonesian government issued various policies and strategic responses, and also including its problem and obstacles, of course. and Professor Budi ended with review and conclusion for the whole presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, uh, now we come to a question and answer sessions, but it is really interesting to repeat again that against the backdrop, what so-called SDGs implementation still facing many challenges. Yeah. Mostly already explained, yeah, successfully by Professor Budi. Yeah. But I also note that there are three kinds or three main challenges to SDGs itself. Yeah. Firstly, is about instability. Yeah. Globally, the SDGs implementation is still facing what so-called instability problem, yeah, related to conflict between nations. Also, how individual government ensuring programs, you know, fitting the local context. And the thirdly, I think it's about governance, how such a political will to transform development programs into sustainable long-term practices. This is only kind of statements to to attract your attention, and I think, you know, all of participations has a similar, you know, interest in our topic today. And if you have a question for our speaker, and I believe so, please feel free to send it through the chat room. There will be a chat room for us, and I'm sure Professor Budi would be pleased to answer all the questions. So officially now we are entering our Q&A session. Please, anyone, anybody, yeah, someone, somebody, yeah, welcome to our Q&A session by raising your question or comments, yeah, related to Professor Budi's presentation. Yeah, please. Is there any participant interested in commenting or raising a questions? Let me check in our chat room. Oh, there is no question or response or comment yet. Yeah.
Let me start with one question to Prof. Budi, Pak Yuanto.
Oh, yeah. Feel free, please, Dr. Teguh Yuwono.
Thank you very much, Prof. Budi. So now let me raise one issue related to your presentation on the government response to. I think somebody would say that the government is a little bit not so quick and seems like panicking and not ready to deal with this COVID problem or situation. That is when there are many experts who believe that this economy will not only stagnant, but maybe will be going backward. We also seen the growth of our economic now become let's say -5 or 0.5, -5 point blah blah blah. I'm not so sure on the number, but whether this will influence the way of government managing the business. The question whether this will also, if Prof. Budi can predict, this will happening within maybe longer time. How to serve the community, how government to react to the demand for public increasing for public services, because it seems for me that government is not totally ready. That is when then the use and the importance of technology, maybe not many government for especially local government actually be ready to tackle with this kind of problems. Maybe they are not ready in technology, and I think that investment in technology is not cheap. It's very expensive. You need more budget to deal with. So the question to Prof. Budi is, can you predict how long this will be happening for our difficult situation? It seems maybe more than what do you call it? More than 6 months. And I do not believe the concept of new normal actually normal, because there are a problem. There are many situations that now maybe the society become reluctant, become ignoring that, okay, nothing problem. They are just doing everything day to day life because they need to look for food, something like this, need to work. So maybe the awareness to strict process for handling COVID also become low. So I would ask Prof. Budi opinions on whether the government actually able to handle this, especially for local government. Thank you, Prof. Budi.
Right. Thank you very much
COVID
for
also become
a very good question from Pak Teguh. Can I ask? Can I reply directly, Pak
Yes,
Yuanto?
yes, please,
Yep.
Professor Budi.
Right. First of all, I think in terms of the impact for not only for the government, but also for the society as a whole, I think we can make some projection in terms of short-term impact, middle-term impact, as well as long-term impact. In the short-term impact, for example, I think right now there are a number of, I think not only a number of local government, but almost all local governments complaining about the way they have to reallocate the budget that used to be used for operational as well as for investment on certain infrastructure and development at local level, becoming to be spent on COVID, anticipation. So almost every single budget now in the local level, I think also at national level, need to be prioritized for overcoming COVID outbreak rather than doing business as usual. I mean, this shift of the scenario, of course, will affect the way the government provide services for the people. Because before the COVID, for example, some government already set up a plan for making good services, providing infrastructure, developing certain facilities for serving better of the people. But suddenly, because the COVID, they have to change the allocation of the budget, stop the investment, and then spend the allocation of the budget for overcoming COVID. So this all in the short-term effect will decrease the way quality service delivered by the government in all aspects of the service. I think, including in educational service, like we are in university. Although, even though we try the best to manage the situation, but the shifting policy allocation on budget has created tremendous problems on the way we maintain the good service to the student, for example, and also to the community as a whole. Secondly, I think because of that situation, it's also in the middle term will impact on the economic growth and also investment, meaning that, as I mentioned before, the situation will change the way government and also business make investment in the future. So this will, of course, decrease the capacity of economic growth. The decrease of the capacity of economic growth will impact on the way we provide sufficient number of jobs, meaning the number of jobs, of course, will not be maximum. There will be certain number of decrease job availability, meaning the number of unemployment will increase. Unemployment increase will increase the number of the poor. The increase of the poor will reduce capacity of tax paying, meaning the tax revenue of the government, of course, will get into trouble. The target will not be achieved by the next year, I think, and the next year or the next 2-3 years if the situation still take place. So the income tax revenue disruption, of course, will influence in the number of or the capacity of government budget, APBN and APBD. So because of the tax revenue earned by the government will decrease, so the capacity of financial of the budget, government at all level will also decreasing. And also this means again, like a satanic cycle will end up with the decrease of the service of the government to the people. So this will be getting worse if we do not take very serious consideration and analysis, sub-analysis on the way we maintain the situation. If we can just do business as usual, meaning that the situation will be getting very worse. So as I mentioned, we need to recommend urgently to the government to stop thinking business as usual. But we have to make some very creative, innovative way in dealing with the situation. I, for example, once already give recommendation to our governor related to Jogotongo programs. This is actually a very good program initiated by our governor in order to make sure that everybody in every circumstance can be helped the worst scenario, the worst situation by their neighborhood. But this is not sufficient. This is only, very short-term way. We have to think in the long-term way by maintaining business transaction still take place. For example, by providing assistance to producers in one way, and then also we can encourage or support the ability to pay for the customer. So there will be transactions still can take place between UMKM, for example, the business, small business. We can provide them some financial assistance and also capacity building so that they can sell or produce online in online marketplace, for example. And then we give some assistance to the people, especially the poor, to make them able to buy products that are provided by producers. But we have to make sure that the transaction take place internally or domestically in Indonesia. We should not give assistance to the people to buy foreign products. Otherwise, we cannot have any stimulant for economic growth. If the money spent by the people used to buy product overseas by unicorn platform or application. So probably that's answer that I can respond to Pak Teguh question. Thank you, Pak Yuanto.
Prof. Budi, one more concern, Prof. Budi, regarding to, let's say if this will take longer, maybe nobody will be. No, I think no one is able to predict whether this problem will be next 6 months finish, or maybe more than 1 year, or more than 1.5, or nobody knows.
Yeah.
So the question, if Prof. Budi can predict, is it the virtual government will be the solution, or similarly, is it university, a virtual university, then also become a solution to the education? This is the one concern. The second concern is, if this not be able to handle, is it possible to lead Indonesia to be state bankrupt, state bankrupt? Can you comment on the two things? Thank you, Prof. Lee.
Well, first of all, I think in terms of the use of technology 4.0, with or without the end of outbreak COVID-19, the virtual services will still take place. I think by whatever the reasons, now we used to use this kind of tools in every aspect of interaction and services. So even though probably, let's say, COVID-19 pandemic will end by 2020 or 2021, our aspect of life in terms of the social interaction already used to have this kind of technology. So I think it is not a matter of the COVID will end and the virtual service and virtual government, virtual education, online education will end too. I don't think so. I mean, even though the pandemic ends, I still believe that the way we run our government, service in education and health service and everything, will still use the application of technology digital 4.0. So this is not an alternative way, but this is, I think, there is no alternative way that we are impacted by the application of Revolusi Digital. And then if the case government cannot handle this situation, or the government still use the way government run the business with the situation of the pandemic COVID. Yes, I believe that there will be very severe problems take place in Indonesia, that it is possible lead to bankruptcy of the government, meaning that the government have no money to pay any operation, to pay the operation and service to the people. As I mentioned, that if there is a significant reduction in tax, for example, the alternative way of the government is to have a loan, foreign loan. But the problem is that if all countries facing the similar problems, that they have low capacity in terms of
All
national
bankrupt.
budget. So who will provide the loan to our government if every country needs a loan? So probably there will no availability of funding worldwide. So this will get into very serious trouble. So but this is not something that's unmanageable. I personally have some scenarios by myself. If the government take it seriously, actually we can handle the problem. Not very easy, but possible that we will not go into bankruptcy. As long as the government consistent take this situation very seriously, not for making any, for example, a matter of publicity, a matter of jaim, or a matter of making a false statement, but really taking into consideration all aspects of the impact of the COVID, we still be able to manage the situation to at least in a minimum standard of governance, for example. But if we lose or we have no creativity and innovation in making out of the box policies, then the situation can lead into bankruptcy. Yes. So we have to be very careful in this sense.
Thank
Thank
you,
you,
Prof.
Pak
Budi.
Teguh.
Pak Dr. Yuwanto, I give it back to you.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Teguh. Thank you, Professor Budi. Oh, by the way, I think we have our second presenter, yeah, on our screen, and I would like to welcome Professor John Burgess. Yeah. It is really honor, and it is very happy to have you with us today. Yeah. Soon you are going to present for the second part of this session. But I'd like to conclude our first presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, apparently we come to the end of our first presentation. We would like to say thanks again for Professor Budi for your informative and interesting talk. And may God bless you and your future career and accomplishment. Thank you, Professor
Thank
Budi.
you. Thank you, Pak Yuwanto and everyone. See you for the next time.
See you.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, Prof. Thank you.
Yeah. Hello, Professor Burgess.
Good morning, good afternoon, depending
Okay.
upon where you are. So
Yes.
I'm actually in Newcastle, which is on the
Okay.
east coast of Australia, and
Yes.
we're about maybe 2 or 3 hours ahead of you.
Yes.
So it's a pleasure to join your conference.
Okay.
It's a bit disappointing because I'd rather be in Indonesia,
Yeah.
since I have many friends and former students there.
Oh,
But hopefully we can have a constructive session.
thank you. Oh, by the way, Professor Burgess, my name is Yuwanto, and I will be serving as your moderator for
Thank you.
this second part of our session. Distinguished guests, dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, our second presenter is Dr. John Burgess. He is a professor of human resource management at MIT University, Melbourne, Australia. He has several previous professorial appointments as a professor at Newcastle Business School, University of Newcastle, then at School of Management, Curtin University, and lastly at School of Management, RMIT University, Melbourne, beside several universities abroad. Professor Burgess has wrote many books and journal articles, including the newest book, which released a couple months ago, entitled The Future of Work in Asia and Beyond, a Technological Revolution or Evolution, published by Routledge, Abingdon. Welcome to our conference, Dr. Burgess. It is a pleasure to have you with us. Besides, also he has received fundings. I almost forgot that it is also important from his curriculum vitae. He has also received funding for many researchers from, from various sponsors or institutions, and member of editorial board for at least 5 different scientific journals. And very impressive. And it's still a long way to go if it continues. So without any further ado, I'd like to kick things off by welcoming our second speaker, Professor John Burgess. He will deliver a presentation entitled The Challenges of Transitioning from Education to Employment in the Asia Pacific. You have a total about 50 minutes or 1 hour, and we are going to split it into 2 parts, which are presentation first, and then we are going to have a Q and a session later on. Dr. Burgess, the screen is yours.
Okay, thank you very much for that introduction. And as I said before, it's a pleasure to join you for the conference. The topic we'll talk about is the transition from graduation to employment, with a focus on those who complete tertiary education. And what I mean here is mainly certificate training, skills training, and also for university training, and the transition from there into employment. And we've done a number of studies of this particular challenge in the Asia Pacific region, and this culminated in two books being published, which has studied the transition problems in 9 Asia Pacific countries, including Indonesia. And so today I'd just like to talk about the nature of the problem, some of the issues to face with the transition problem, and also some potential solutions. And of course, the solutions are probably more acute than ever, given that the COVID world we're in, where there'll be more job losses and there'll be greater challenges for students in transitioning from graduation to employment, and this will apply across all countries. So can I have the next? So these are the two books, and I'm doing my presentation on behalf of my co-editors, and these were edited books. So for in each book we had contributors from each of the countries involved. So it was, I guess the issue arose is that it seemed that regardless of the level of development and the level of GDP and wealth across the countries, this problem of graduate transition and graduate employability seemed to be fairly uniform. It didn't matter how rich or how poor your country was, how many university graduates you had, there seemed to be a persistent problem of transitioning from graduation to employment. And of course, it's not only within our region, it's a problem which exists across all regions globally. So can we move on to the next slide? So the ILO has recently undertaken what it calls transitional analysis, right? How easy is it for graduates to move from tertiary education into regular and secure employment with regular employment conditions? And transition analysis highlights that across all countries there is a particular transition problem. So often post completion of your program, we find that students often move into jobs which aren't linked to their particular degree programs, or they move into jobs which are often insecure and short term, or they move into jobs where they have short hours. So these are manifestations of either unemployment and underemployment. And so what emerges is that there's a youth unemployment problem, and there's always been a youth unemployment problem, but now the youth unemployment and underemployment problem extends beyond those who've reached high school age to those who are in their early 20s, mid 20s, and have various forms of tertiary qualifications, from certificates to degrees to masters to PhDs, and they still have a transition problem. So this is this is what prompted the ILO to look at transitional analysis. And of course, they found that the transitional analysis was uniform. Youth, a high proportion of youth were in under or underemployment, and receiving a tertiary education was no guarantee that you would move into a well-paid and secured job. Often, this transitional progress process took a period of time and maybe even a number of years. So, unemployment and underemployment was a norm across most countries in the OECD and, of course, in the developed and developing world. Can we move on to the next slide? So the purpose of this talk is to examine the challenges and responses to the transition from graduation to employment, and especially our focus was on tertiary education and the idea of graduate work readiness across the Asia Pacific region. And of course, these two books, which came out recently, were pre-COVID. So it refers to a world in many of the countries where there were already high rates of activity, low rates of unemployment, and many job opportunities. But despite this, there was a graduate work readiness problem and a graduate work readiness challenge. So can we move on to the next slide, please? So graduate work readiness has become a more predominant topic in recent years, with both governments and employers and NGOs complaining about the difficulty facing graduates in obtaining jobs in what are seen as increasingly competitive labour markets. Graduates face not only unemployment but underemployment. And it's ironic that right across the globe and right across the region, we have more and more youth entering into tertiary education at all levels, from certificate and training programs through to university programs, diplomas, degrees, master's degrees, and so forth. But as I said before, this problem of unemployment and underemployment is widespread, even though that we're seeing that across all countries we have the most educated youth cohort in history and compared to previous cohorts. So despite investing more in education and in human capital, the problem of youth unemployment and underemployment isn't disappearing. We're just finding that we have more youth who are educated but can't find jobs and jobs which match their education. So the various stakeholders, of course, tend to blame one another for the problem. Also, youth or graduates themselves are often blamed. So the issue of attitudes for various generations, the issue that maybe trainers and educators, whether they be training programs, skill programs, universities and skill providers are being identified as not providing the right programs, the right curriculum, the right training and learning, the right learning and teaching programs, the inappropriate assessment programs, etc. And universities are maybe seen as offering programs which don't offer vocational skills. So in some countries, universities, and We saw this in maybe Vietnam and Taiwan. Universities are offering programs which are highly theoretical, but not necessarily providing skills and attributes which are maybe suitable for jobs. So can we move on to the next slide? So education, skills and qualifications are seen in literature as a mean towards individual and community development. And countries universally have accepted the human capital model as a basis for individual, community and national economic development. If we invest in human capital, then this will improve returns to individuals and nations across the globe. But we're now sort of faced with a challenge in that more and more graduates are unable to obtain careers or jobs which lead to career development. So in the Asia Pacific, we're seeing all countries invest heavily in training and tertiary education, but the returns from investment in tertiary education are questionable because a proportion of those graduates from tertiary education are not finding either suitable jobs, well-paid jobs, or jobs which are capable of sustaining a career. And of course, this leads to questions about, well, what's happening with tertiary education? Is it suitable? Is it linked to the skills required for graduation, for career development? Or is there a gap between what universities are generating in terms of their graduates and what employers require from graduates across tertiary education? Now, many of the studies about this issue of graduate work readiness, that is, can graduates move into employment, and more specifically, can they move into career sustaining jobs, has generally been, of course, developed country focused in Europe and North America, and few studies have looked at emerging economies, which of course are also heavily involved in investing in tertiary education as a way towards individual and national economic development. Can we move on to the next slide? So what type of skills do graduates require to access employment? And graduate work readiness is a fairly slippery concept, and there are various types of constructs around, what type of skills do graduates require. Clearly, there are technical skills, and these are often defined by professions. You need to have various attributes which will get you into a profession, and those professions are linked to universities through providing a set of skills that graduates in teaching or dentistry or medicine or engineering or accounting require in order to seek entry into those particular professions. But on top of those particular, what we might call hard skills and hard attributes, there are many other soft skills which are mainly linked to maybe oral presentation, communication, time management, interpersonal skills, written skills, positive skills, and then of course there can be attributes, maybe
Interpersonal understanding.
being able to deliver various tasks on time, being able to work in a team, being able to
Oral and
effectively
written communication.
communicate with others. There's issues around other skills such as written skills, citizenship behaviour, and of course IT skills, etc. And there are various graduate skills and attribute scales developed. We also have various attributes linked to graduate education. What skills are required for a certificate? What skills are required for a bachelor's degree? What skills are required for a master's degree? What skills are required for a PhD? So there are all of these particular scales which try to codify the particular skills and attributes which are required. As I said, often they are technical skills, often they are maybe personal and attitudinal attributes, and often they are maybe soft skills linked to communication, um, leadership, information sharing, working in teams. So there are clearly many attributes, and across many universities in Australia and elsewhere, there's quite a bit of work going on trying to, I guess, assimilate the type of attributes which are needed by graduates in order to access jobs and to build these into course and program development and try and link these to the output of graduates once they complete their course. So in other words, they not only have a degree and maybe technical skills, but through this degree, there are embodied soft skills which the graduates pick up through their teaching and learning programs. Okay, can we move on to the next slide? So to sort of look at these, the skills required and the type of challenges and the skill shortages, the research examined the graduate work readiness programs and deficits and challenges across a number of countries in the Asia Pacific, Australia, Singapore, India, Indonesia, Nepal, Taiwan, Thailand, Vietnam. And we basically used secondary reports from government agencies, also from consultants and also NGOs who were providing advice to governments within the area. And of course, the thing is that there's no unique set of skills which will be suitable for all countries at all periods of time. And also across the countries, there are different degrees of involvement in tertiary education. There are different mixes in terms of, say, university skill development and also maybe training college skill development for short-term skill programs for around maybe building skills or nursing skills or child care skills, etc. So there's a multitude of different skill providers, and there's a multitude of different levels of skill expectations. And on the supply side of the skill market, we have these different providers. And then, of course, on the demand side, there are many different sources of skill requirements across all employers. There may be government employers, multinational companies, large domestic companies, small companies, family companies, etc. And if you ask employers, what type of skills are you requiring from graduates, you will maybe get 100,000 different answers. They all require different types of skills to fit in with their businesses. Okay, can we move on to the next slide, please? So we tried to classify the countries in our study into their financial capacity. So by GDP per capita, low income, and here there's Nepal, low to middle income, India, Indonesia, and Vietnam, upper to middle income, Malaysia and Thailand, and high income, Australia, Singapore, and Taiwan. And generally, according to the country classifications, for example, if we go to the extremes, in Nepal there are low levels of education. There are high levels of the population who have no formal education, and there are very few participants in tertiary education. If we go to the high income levels, Australia, Singapore, Taiwan, they have high rates of participation in tertiary education, and more so in university education as opposed to training colleges and training programs, which tend to be short-term and industry-linked. Whereas if we look at the low and upper middle income, they would tend to have more training colleges and training programs and less participation in university education. So the mix of training provider on the provision on the supply side is quite different. And then we look on the demand side, where are the skills? Again, it is quite different. So can we go on to the next slide? Right, so this, we might skip this one because the formal data on youth unemployment is pretty misleading. For example, it says, Nepal is the best in terms of youth unemployment. Now, the problem with Nepal is that there are high levels of informal economy participation, high rates of non-participation in education. So once you take these out, and these are over 50%, it doesn't really the problem there is not so much youth unemployment in the formal education sector. It is trying to harness youth into education at all, and also to move them on into the tertiary education sector. So the problem is actually having a skills profile. So can we move on to the next slide? Right, so when we look at the demand side, right, where are the skill shortages? So for example, in Nepal, the shortages were found to be in construction and tourism. And the challenges were that the type of skills which were found in the economy were being channeled to outward migration. So because the income levels in Nepal were so low, any graduates with skills were actually moving generally into another ASEAN country or to the Middle East. So there were acute skill shortages in Nepal. So the problem was that where there were graduates, they were going elsewhere. In the lower middle income countries, you find shortages are not uniform. So manufacturing, IT in Vietnam. In India, it was utilities, manufacturing and construction. In Indonesia, and maybe this is something for you to talk about, tourism and especially around agricultural and forestry. And the challenges were around demand and supply mismatch. That is, the skills being generated through formal training and university programs didn't match those required by industry. There was a low enrolment in vocational training programs in India, and it's in vocational training programs, especially around utilities, manufacturing, and construction, where there was actually a skill shortage. And also there were differences found across the quality of graduates across the various training programs and institutions in Indonesia, and maybe this is something for you to talk about as well. In the upper middle, Thailand and Malaysia, you can see Malaysia's problems were in healthcare and finance, so these are more knowledge-based, whereas Thailand was construction and manufacturing, so these are more the training-based programs linked to industry. Again, there is a skills misalignment between what was being required, being produced by institutions and what was required by industry. So this sort of misalignment or mismatch between what is produced and what is required. Now, in the high income countries, you see in Singapore, which is often put as an exemplar, there was still a mismatch, a skills mismatch. There were shortages in construction and tourism. And in Singapore, this was met through the use of foreign labour. And because one problem was that in Singapore, and it's understandable, that families didn't want to send their children into tertiary training programs linked to industry. They wanted to send them into tertiary training programs linked to services and universities. Again, in Australia, there were shortages in professional services and construction. In Taiwan, there was professional services and manufacturing. And again, you had this problem that families didn't want us to send their children into training programs linked to industry around construction and manufacturing. So the picture of skill shortages and mismatches is uneven. And there was a sort of persistent problem of the skills required by industry weren't necessarily produced by training institutions or universities, or the programs or the degrees which training institutions and universities provided weren't necessarily the programs which industry needed. Okay, can we move on? Okay, what about some of the initiatives? We tried to identify, what were some of the programs which were implemented or introduced, which tried to sort of bring about a skills match and address the mismatch between the supply and demand side of the training process. So there were various training programs implemented, and I won't necessarily go into them all. Maybe around Some were linked to quality assurance and accreditation programs, such as in Nepal, trying to get universities trying to get trainers and universities and employers to agree on what type of skills and attributes and soft skills would be needed. Can we move on? Just to get an idea of what some of the programs were. So in Vietnam, there was a new higher education entrance exam process to maybe bring in different types of especially soft skills at an early stage. And one of the issues I didn't mention previously was that the skills mismatch wasn't necessarily seen to be a problem of tertiary education, whether it had to do with training institutes or universities. Many employers said that the skills or especially soft skills went back to high school. There was a lack of basic skills such as literacy and numeracy, and this carried through to university. So many employers were saying that the entrance into university was didn't have requirements which met basic numeracy and literacy standards. And so these type of skills had to be improved within universities. Some of the other countries had vocational educational networks, frameworks for training institutes to develop skills and identify and codify these programs so that it could be seen to be that graduates one could go into industry and have a certain set of programs and attributes which they would be able to meet. And there's a program identified in Indonesia, the Public Employment Program, trying to implement various pedagogies, link it to teaching and learning, and to incorporate various forms of practical skill programs into teaching and learning and pedagogical programs within training and universities. Can we go on to the next one? So again, a skills qualification program was implemented in Malaysia. And again, all this means is that universities and training institutes will be required to ensure that there is some sort of embodiment of various types of skills into their teaching and learning programs, and that graduates come out of their programs with more than hard skills, so that there's an array of soft skills built into the programs, so that once students reach graduation, they can say that, yes, I've been able to qualify for a degree, and I also qualify to meet the various skills qualifications framework for that particular industry or that particular program or that particular country. Can we move on? So again, Singapore has a Committee of University Education Partnerships. So this is maybe embodying various skills and linking it to potential skill shortages, ensuring there's greater cooperation between universities and employers, maybe building internships, traineeships, also maybe forms of scholarships and so forth. You have an apprenticeship program in Taiwan to maybe ensure that there's greater industry and education collaboration across the sector. And again, there are complaints that, especially in Taiwan, that there seemed to be a breakdown in the integration and the exchange and collaboration between training institutions and universities and the major employer groups. Can we move on? So I think from putting this all together, I mean, first of all, there's no one solution. Each industry, each sector, each country has its own particular matching problems between graduates and job entry, and not only job entry, but also job retention and career development. Secondly, it's no longer a case of having a tertiary qualification will in itself be sufficient pathway to a well-paying job. You need more than a tertiary qualification. And even having a professional tertiary qualification doesn't necessarily guarantee that you'll have a well-paying job and a job which really has a sustainable career pathway. What we're witnessing even in the advanced economies is that many students take maybe up to 2 years from graduation to actually achieve a sustainable career job. And that was pre-COVID. And in that time, many graduates have maybe a series of jobs where they maybe enter into short-term jobs, traineeships, or maybe they enter into jobs which aren't linked to their particular skills or qualifications. You know, the classic engineer who's driving a taxi or delivering food. Or they might have a series of short-term jobs which they hold concurrently. So there's underemployment in terms of having jobs in industries where you are overqualified, or underemployment in terms of maybe having short-term jobs where you can't get enough jobs to actually sustain a minimum standard of living. And again, this is a story right across the board. And so there's this, while this is going on, while there are more graduates, at the same time, industry and government is complaining about skill shortages. And of course, what we're seeing across the board is that in many countries, skill shortages are being overcome not through formal education and maybe developing skill pathways through training institutions and tertiary education, but relying on short-term placements from the use of migrant labour, often to fill perhaps a short-term gap, whether it be in tourism and hospitality, construction, manufacturing, engineering, medicine, nursing. So a simple way and a cheap way for governments to fill these gaps is to draw on migrants and not to invest in the longer term programs in training and higher education. And of course, it's easier for employers to draw on migrants because this is a relatively cheap option. So there's really a persistent skill mismatch problem, and it leads to this unfortunate occurrence of unemployed graduates, but greater use of of migrant labour to fill short-term skill shortages. So could we move on towards maybe the conclusion? So COVID and beyond. So many of these conditions I outlined were in a pre-COVID world. And many of these conditions existed where many countries had close to full employment. For example, Singapore and Australia. So at the same time as there was full employment, there was graduate unemployment and underemployment, and there was a dependence on short-term migration to fill skilled labour shortages. In the post-COVID world, of course, we have a collapse in the labour market and unemployment rates are increasing everywhere. There are changing demand conditions because we've had the closure of international international borders, and of course, in my own country, we have the closure of national borders. So even though I work in Melbourne, I'm located in Melbourne, in Newcastle, and I'm not allowed to travel to Melbourne. Besides, there are no flights. I can't go there anyway. So we've had the collapse of national and international borders, and we've had the collapse of international supply chains. All, the conditions which underpinned the global economy in many cases have collapsed. And for example, it's also meant that global labour has collapsed. You can no longer rely on short-term migrant labour to fill skill shortages because in many countries international borders are closed. So the whole contours of supply and demand are changing. And of course, what we're seeing in the context of the collapse of the labour market is that two things, and I'll talk about in Australia, is that we no longer have large numbers of international students coming to our country because physically they can't come here. They have to move to maybe online and offshore education if they wish. And at the same time, we're using teaching and learning programs, not face-to-face learning. So we have to think about how to embody the adaptable skills which we require from our graduates in a different teaching and learning context. And at the same time, we will have more domestic students enrolling in our programs because there's going to be fewer jobs. And every time there's a labour market downturn, there's an increase in enrolments in the various forms of tertiary education as a way of maybe acquiring credentials and putting off access to the labour market. So there's a completely different maybe scenario. Both the supply side and the demand side of the labour market has changed, especially for graduates. And there will be increasing pressure on universities and training institutes to provide the requisite skills for graduates in a completely different type of labour market in the future. So I think for all of us across the region, there are some really big challenges facing us. And of course, at the moment, we have the big challenge of operating in a completely different type of environment for teaching, learning, curriculum development, assessment, and so forth. So this is really a compounding complication to consider. And I'll leave it now for discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Burgess, for an interesting and inspiring talks. By presenting his topics about the challenges of transitioning from education to employment in the Asia Pacific, and in the core is what so-called GWR concept. Professor Borges already outlined clearly and comprehensively for us, started from ILO transitional analysis, also touch upon GWR in very analytical perspective and enrich us by the findings of a recent study across the Asia Pacific countries. And also, Professor Burgess outlined very clearly about rationale of this GWR and its competencies and construct. And of course, without intention to repeat, I also appreciate that Professor Burgess raised the fundamental issues, which is what skills do graduates requires to enter job. This is a very important job, a very important question, I think. And speaking of findings, Dr. Borges shows us many kinds of valuable findings, such as a rate of unemployment across 9 countries and their skill shortage, including also their main challenges, and more importantly, also touch upon the key GWR initiatives and ended by challenge us with his interesting observation related to COVID-19 pandemic and its impact. Very well, ladies and gentlemen, now we come to question and answer session. I think some of you has already notes or questions or comments. And also, I'm sure that Professor Burgess would be pleased to answer all the questions. So let's begin Q&A session by welcoming you to raise any question, comments, or something like that. Okay, please.
Yes, Mr. Yanto, this is Halim. I want to ask something about to Prof. Birch.
Please, Mr. Salim.
Good afternoon, Professor.
Good afternoon. I can hear you.
Okay, it's a good topic about the late graduate work readiness. But as we know, the industry continue to grow today, and many different skills are required to enter the industry each year. So I want to know who's the most responsible for the graduate readiness, university, government, or student itself. As we know, many university doesn't have fund or doesn't have to give the like trainings or student itself doesn't know the industry needs skill needs like that something. So what do you think? Who the most responsibility for the graduate work readiness? University or government or student itself?
This is a really important question because in the various books we talked about the stakeholders and who are the salient, what we call the salient stakeholders. That is, who are those groups who can maybe address graduate work readiness and who can maybe work towards solving some of the challenges. And there are probably some obvious groups. There are three broad groups. There is the government, because they're responsible generally for funding education and for the labour market and trying to address the skill needs of the community for industry and so forth. There are the institutions themselves, because they have a responsibility to the students and, of course, to the community to make sure that there's some return from the investment in education for the individuals and the community. And then, of course, there's those who employ the graduates. They have a responsibility to let institutions know what particular skills and competencies and attributes are required of graduates. Now, in the past, again, when we look at the various countries, often the various stakeholders have stood aloof. So, for example, governments, for example, universities may have just decided we'll produce graduates from these number of degrees, and it's up to the graduates to get a job. And if they don't get a job, it's their problem, not our problem. And likewise, as you said, for employers, there are tens of thousands of employers. Some require technical skills and there's particular skills in construction or building or manufacturing, or maybe there will be software skills or hardware skills, caring skills, educational skills. So there are literally tens of thousands of skills. And these sort of variations are maybe met with different programs and different degree structures and having different types of tertiary institutions which maybe cater for particular industry requirements or particular occupational requirements. And this is why we have accreditation for engineers and accountants, and nurses and teachers and so forth. But even beyond that, there are other skills which are linked to communications, networking, the ability to organise others, and so forth. So it's no easy task, but the three stakeholder groups we found often don't really discuss the issues, and often they tend to blame each other, blame the other universities, or the government doesn't give us enough funds
Yeah.
to generate the required skills,
Yeah.
or or it's the high schools. We have to deal with students who don't have these soft skills. They come from high school and they can't effectively write, or they can't effectively verbally communicate, or they don't have sufficient IT skills. So, and of course, the employers are saying, well, we take on graduates, but when they get to us, we've got to retrain them because they're no good. They don't have the skills we need. So there is this problem of maybe what we call buck passing. It's not our problem, it's someone else's. And there is this problem of maybe a lack of coordination between the main stakeholder groups. And I guess the other problem is that one group we didn't include in our stakeholder analysis are the students themselves and their parents,
Okay.
because they're the ones who are making decisions about which program we should do. And in many cases, most parents want their children to be professionals and
Yep.
to do jobs which could be potentially high paying, but there's maybe a no demand for those jobs, or they may be seeking a demand which is met in another country. So there's another problem which is overlaying this: the expectations and demands of students and parents, and the potential, and it's a real problem in the ASEAN region, the potential for the brain drain. You might produce particular professional and high skilled graduates, but they go to another country, and so they don't necessarily meet the skill shortages in your country. So this is another issue to graduate work readiness challenges.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Burgess. Thank you, Mr. Salim. Anyone else, please? Is there any questions or comments? Yeah. I saw. Yes. There is a Pak Teguh, yeah, Dr. Teguh. Yeah, I can see you clearly, brightly, yeah, with your
Yeah. So
curiosity. Yeah.
there are, I think it's 8 who want to chat, but whether they want to ask a question in public, I'm not sure.
Okay. Yeah, Pak Teguh, probably you have something to raise, yeah, or question or comments. Yeah.
Yeah, Prof. John Butch, I think your topic is very interesting. Let me put in the context that I need your comment on my explanation. I think I believe what you are already talking about is in the context of before COVID 19 happening here. And I think I agree with you that there are a lot of skills that should be prepared for our students, like communication skill, social relation skill, maybe leadership, working together in a group, cooperation skill, and other technical or personal skill that have you already explained. The question is whether this is actually now important in the context of current situation where everything now online system. Whether maybe e-commerce or economics behind this discussion about employment, I think the most important point is about economy. And I think almost all the countries now having some experience on this kind of retarded or not well economics. The question is then to you, Prof. What kind of skill now that should be provided to our students? Because the situation is different, the context is different. Now everything working from home. When I was in Adelaide, I was graduated from Flinders University in Adelaide. My professor at the time said that it is possible someday working from home. But this is a fact. Now we are working from home, discussion from home, everything from home. So my main question to you, Prof. Burgess, is whether this kind of skill like communication, social skill, leadership, attitude, still needed in this kind of situation. Thank you.
Thank you. It's an important question because I think that there is the issue of what the post-COVID world will look like. And even if we go back to some normalcy, will it necessarily go back to a situation where we all work in physical workplaces and commute? Or will employers and governments say, well, we've experienced a different type of working arrangement and businesses and employers don't need to invest in these workplaces anymore because people could work from home just as productively and they don't have to commute, use a lot of petrol and energy, try and worry about parking their cars and so forth. So I think it's important to think about whether there will be new types of skills required in the post-COVID world. And clearly there still needs to be communication skills, written skills, teamwork skills, leadership skills. So all of those skills are required, but maybe we can't get emotional and threaten or whatever to the same degree as in the past. And there maybe need more there's maybe the need for more coordination skills because you could think that in the future you could be working across different provinces of Indonesia, different time zones, in different areas. So you aren't physically you aren't physically confined to one location, to one workplace, to one time zone. So there are different types of flexibilities involved here. I think that in terms of what skills our graduates require, universities themselves in Australia are now saying that, well, the whole teaching and learning and assessment curriculum has to embody graduate skills, soft skills, etc. And you have to redesign everything. So even though you have a degree in engineering or accounting or business, that also has to incorporate various soft skills so that in terms of some sort of quality, skills quality framework, we can tick off all of our programs to say each graduate has a set of required skills. So it means more work for those designing programs and for those designing the teaching, learning and assessment environment. That is, all you lecturers, you'll have more work to do. And maybe you'll have to embody that potentially into a different teaching and learning space if it's all online. So some of us have had experience in the past because some universities only offered online and offshore programs. So there was already a particular infrastructure there. But now many universities are moving towards maybe hybrid systems where there's maybe a mixture of face-to-face or online. And even across Australia, some cities and some states have very few COVID cases. Others, it tends to be maybe confined to Victoria. So they're all online. So there may be different situations where you have to adapt to the presence or absence of COVID. Now, the other thing I didn't mention is that in some countries, and again in Australia, we're maybe gradually moving towards this, is that tertiary institutions, including universities, will be funded more on an output basis. That is not only not on in terms of the number of students who enrol in your programs, but mainly more in terms of the number of students who graduate, and then the number of students who actually are able to move into employment. So there could be a different type of funding and incentive system built around graduate employability rather than student entry. And that's already occurring. So for those of you, many of you who are working in universities, it may be a different world in the post-COVID regime.
Okay. Prof. John, my concern is to what extent that the Australian government is able to handling this kind of pandemic situation in terms of providing more job, more opportunities to the society. What is your prediction?
Well, again, I think governments will vary in terms of their policy response. And I didn't mention this also across the region. Tertiary education is fairly fragmented in terms of who's responsible. So in my own country, we have 3 tiers of government. So it tends to be central government, which is responsible for universities, but it's state governments who are responsible for technical training. And so they don't really talk to each other. They run different systems. And similarly, schooling, it tends to be state responsibility rather than central responsibility. So you really have different education and training systems. In terms of what's going to be the macroeconomic agenda, it'll vary from country to country, but clearly there's going to be a shortfall. There's not going to be enough jobs, and the only way to achieve jobs is either to subsidise jobs, give employers subsidies, or for the government to directly provide for more jobs, whether it be through local government or regional government or state governments, to build necessary infrastructure, more schools, more improved IT connectivity, more rail, road linkages, etc. Maybe trying to meet essential infrastructure which may be required in the post-COVID world, this type of infrastructure will vary from country to country.
Okay, thank you, Prof.
Thank you, Dr. Teguh Yuwono. Thank you, Professor Burgess. It's really important and interesting discussion we have. But since we have a time limitation, unfortunately, and with all due respect, soon we will end this session. But things that I've learned from Professor Burgess that the world of work is increasingly changing, and to keep up with the changes, but unfortunately, these graduates do not necessarily possess the kind of competencies required to survive in the work environment. This is what the main explanation Professor Burgess explained to us. Ladies and gentlemen, apparently we come to the end of the whole of this panel one session. And again, we would like to say thanks for Professor Budi, which presented earlier, and Professor Burgess for the informative and interesting talk. And of course, to audience for your active participation. Hopefully, the presentations will be beneficial for everybody. Thank you, and keep safe and keep healthy. And see you again next time. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye, John. Thank you.
And that concludes the first session of panel discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed to the next session, we will have break for around 1 hour, and we will be back for around 1 p.m. to proceed with the second session of panel discussion. Thank you very much and have a lovely break.
Coffee break.
Merah putih jiwa raga kami. Ribuan pulau, ratusan suku, ragam bahasa, rupa budaya, luluh dalam bingkai merah putih. Kibaran merah putih kami bersatu. Lambaian merah putih, kami berseru. Belayan merah putih, kami melaju. Merdeka!
Bendera merah putih, bendera tanah airku, gagahkan cerita pewayanganmu, berkibar yang biru. Bendera merah putih, bendera bangsaku. Bendera merah putih, melambangkan yang suci, siap selalu kami berbakti untuk bangsa dan ibu pertiwi. Bendera merah putih, terimalah salamku, terimalah salamku. Indonesia, merah darahku, putih tulangku, bersatu dalam semangatmu. Indonesia, debar jantungku, getar nadiku, berbaur dalam angan-anganmu. Kebiar-kebiar pelangi jingga. Indonesia, nada laguku, simfoni bertemu, selaras dengan simfonimu. Kebiar-kebiar pelangi jingga. Biarpun bumi bergoncang, kau tetap Indonesia. Andaikan matahari terbit dari barat, kau pun Indonesiaku. Tak sebilah pedang yang tajam dapat palingkan aku darimu. Ku sing-singkan lengan, rawe-rawe rantas, malam-malam pentas denganmu. bangkit dan kuat kembali. Indonesia, merah darahku, putih tulangku, bersatu dalam semangatku. Indonesia, debar jantungku, getar nadiku, bergaul dalam angan-anganku. Kebiar pelangi jingga, pelangi jingga.
Selama hayat masih dikandung gagal.
Kita tetap setia, tetap setia
Dengan negara kita.
Indonesia, merah darahku, putih tulangku, bersatu dalam semangatku. Indonesia, debar jantungku, getar nadiku, berpadu dalam angan-anganku. Kebiar pelangi jingga.
Bela yang benar.
Biarpun bumi berguncang, kau tetap Indonesiaku. negerimu, tanah airku, Indonesia.
Tapi tanda untuk melanjutkan perjuangan. Jayalah Indonesiaku, jayalah negeriku. Merdeka.
Air matanya berlinang,
Hitam yang kau
hutan, gunung, sawah, lautan, simpanan kekayaan.
Diponegoro. Di masa pembangunan ini, Tuhan hidup kembali.
Barakagung menjadi api. Di depan sekali Tuhan menanti.
Tak gentar lawan banyaknya 100 kali. Pedang di kanan, keris di kiri, berselempang semangat yang tak bisa mati.
Maju. Ini barisan tak bergenerang berpalu. Kepercayaan tanda menyerbu. Sekali berarti sudah itu mati.
Maju. Bagimu negeri menyediakan api, punah di atas menghamba, binasa di atas ditindas. Sesungguhnya jalan ajal baru tercapai
jika hidup harus merasa.
Maju,
serbu, serang,
terjang.
Menjaga harta pusaka untuk nusa dan bangsa.
Sahabat, hari ini 75 tahun yang lalu bangsa ini telah menorehkan sebuah sejarah emas kemerdekaan Indonesia. Hari ini 75 tahun kita telah merdeka. Apa yang telah kita perbuat untuk negeri ini? Apa yang telah kita sumbangkan untuk Ibu Pertiwi? Kecuali selalu menyusahkan Ibu Pertiwi. Ibu, maafkan aku, maafkan kami.
Itulah hari kemerdekaan kita. Kemerdekaan
Sayang bangsa, hari lahirnya bangsa Indonesia. Merdeka, dan merdeka tetap merdeka.
selama raya masih kita pegang. Kita tetap setia.
Pertahankan Indonesia, kita tetap setia.
Membela negara kita.
Selamat Hari Kemerdekaan Indonesia ke-75. Mari kita isi kemerdekaan ini dengan spirit yang besar di dalam melewati wabah pandemi dengan gigih dan pantang menyerah. Kita harus tetap berkarya, kita harus tetap berprestasi. Dirgahayu Republik Indonesia. Jayalah Indonesia, jayalah Undip, jayalah Fisik, jayalah HI, Unity in Diversity. Merdeka!
Hari-hari terus berlalu, tiada pernah berhenti. Seribu rintangan jalan berliku, bukanlah satu penghalang. Hadapilah segala tantangan, mohon petunjuk yang kuasa. Ciptakanlah kerukunan bangsa, kobarkanlah dalam dada semangat jiwa Pancasila. Hidup tiada mungkin tanpa perjuangan, tanpa pengorbanan. Mulia adanya, berpeganglah tangan satu dalam cinta demi masa depan Indonesia jaya. Ciptakanlah kerukunan bangsa, kobarkanlah dalam dada semangat jiwa Pancasila. Hidup tiada mungkin tanpa perjuangan, tanpa pengorbanan. Mulia adanya, berpeganglah tangan satu dalam cinta hari merdeka, nusa dan bangsa, hari lahirnya bangsa Indonesia. Merdeka, selalu merdeka, tegak merdeka, selama hayat musibah dan kemerdekaan. Tetap setia, tetap setia, mempertahankan Indonesia.
Kulihat ibu berdiri sedang bersusah hati, air matamu berlinang, mas intannya terkenang. Hutan, gunung, sawah, lautan, simpanan kekayaan. Kini ibu sedang lari, merintih dan berdoa.
Tanah Surga oleh Salman. Kan lautan hanya kolam susu, katanya. Tapi kata kakekku, hanya orang-orang kaya yang bisa minum susu. Orang bilang tanah kita tanah surga. Tongkat kayu dan batu jadi tanaman, katanya. Tapi kata dokter Intel, belum semua rakyatnya sejahtera. Banyak pejabat yang menjual kayu dan batu untuk membangun surganya sendiri.
Setelah kami meninggalkan tanah air pada tanggal 1 April yang lalu, kami menyerahkan keselamatan negara, tanah air, dan bangsa ini kepada seluruh rakyat Indonesia. Selama kami di luar negeri, kami memperhatikan benar-benar segala kejadian-kejadian di tanah air. Dan kami memperhatikan pula segala perjuangan, segala sikap daripada rakyat Indonesia untuk mempertahankan keselamatan daripada tanah air dan bangsa itu.
Tanah air, ku tidak kulupakan, kan terkenang selama hidupku. Biarpun saya pergi jauh, tidak akan hilang dari tanahku yang ku cintai. Engkau ku hargai. Walaupun banyak negeri ku jalani, yang masyhur bermani kata orang, tetapi kamu dan rumahku, di sanalah rasa senang. Tanahku tak kulupakan, engkau ku banggakan.
Proklamasi kami, bangsa Indonesia, dengan ini menyatakan kemerdekaan Indonesia. Hal-hal yang mengenai pemindahan kekuasaan dan lain-lain diselenggarakan dengan cara saksama dan dalam tempo yang sesingkat-singkatnya. Jakarta, 17 Agustus 1945, atas nama bangsa Indonesia, Soekarno-Hatta.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the fifth ICISPE 2020. Now we are entering the second session of panel discussion with the speaker of Professor Leonard Sebastian from Nanyang Technology University, Singapore, and Professor Ward Berenscott, PhD, from the Royal Netherlands Institute of Southeast Asian and Caribbean Studies, Netherlands. The discussion will be moderated by Mrs. Ratna Hanani, MPP. Mrs. Ratna Hanani is currently a lecturer at Public Administration Department, Diponegoro University. With academic background, Bachelor's of Social Science, University of Indonesia, Master of Public Policy, the Australian National University, Canberra, PhD candidate at Amsterdam Institute for Social Science Research, University of Amsterdam. She had been given with various awards, for example, first, Ahmad Wahid Award from Freedom Institute, second, Fulbright Scholarship Awardee, Australian Award Scholarship Awardee, the US State Department Scholarship Awardee, and lastly, Scientific Project Indonesia Netherlands Scholar. To Mrs. Ratna Hanadi, I invite you to guide the discussion. The screen is yours.
Okay, thank you for the generous introduction from the MC. Can you hear my voice and can you see my face? I hope it's presentable enough for this session. Okay, because I don't have the official background, so I will stick and hopefully it doesn't bother the audience for this session. And I would like to welcome everybody. I'm sorry, I think there's some glitch in the Zoom. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Good morning, Professor Ward Berenscott in Amsterdam. I would like to welcome back everybody to our second session on the ICISPE International Conference on Indonesian Social and Political Inquiries 2020. This is an annual conference held by Faculty of Social and Political Science Universitas Diponegoro. As the MC has mentioned, my name is Ratna Hanani. I'm currently a lecturer at the Public Administration Department at the Universitas Diponegoro. And in this occasion, I will serve as the moderator of the session. To recap a little bit of the previous session that we already had from the morning. In the morning, we had three speakers presented their research expertise. We had Professor Dai-Yang Liu, Vice President of National Taiwan University, presenting the experience of Taiwan in handling COVID pandemic. We learned from Professor Liu how Taiwan successfully containing the impacts of COVID-19. In the second panel, we had Professor Budi Setiono from Universitas Diponegoro, also Vice Rector of Universitas Diponegoro, presenting the impact of COVID-19 and the achievement of SDGs in Indonesia. From his presentation, we learned that quite contrast from what happened in Taiwan. In Indonesia, we need to do a lot more to contain the impacts of COVID-19, especially if we look at the SDGs indicators. The second speaker of the first session in the morning, we also had Professor John Burgess, Professor of Human Resource from RMIT Melbourne, Australia. He presented Australian government efforts to mitigate the impact of COVID-19 to its labor force, especially the youth. Okay, so now let's move to our session. In this session, we already have two distinguished speakers that I hope are already here in the Zoom session because I cannot see all the participants. So I would like to welcome Prof. Leonard Sebastian and Professor Ward Berenscott. I hope they are already here. And we have Professor Leonard Sebastian from RSIS Singapore and Professor Ward Berenscott, Professor of Political Anthropology from University of Amsterdam. Both Professor Leonard Sebastian and Professor Berenscott are friends of Universitas Diponegoro. They have contributed in various academic sessions at the university, and we hope that we can continue these good relationships with the professors in order to grow together as academic fellows. Okay, so just a little organizing announcement. In the second panel, we have two distinguished speakers, and each speaker will speak for 25 minutes each, and directly followed by a question and answer session for another 25 minutes. So each speaker will have approximately 50 minutes each to present and exploring their ideas through question and answer sessions. Okay, now let's move to our first speaker for this session. We have Professor Leonard Sebastian. If you look at his impressive curriculum vitae, I would just read a little bit because we see a lot of great achievement from Professor Leonard Sebastian. Prof. Leonard Sebastian is Associate Professor and Coordinator of Indonesian Program at the Rajaratnam School of International Studies in Singapore. He's also a young professor at the Institute for Governance and Policy Analysis at the University of Canberra. Professor Leonard Sebastian received his PhD from the Australian National University in Canberra in 1997, where he was affiliated to the Strategic and Defense Studies Center. He also served in various organizations, including from 2008 to 2010. He served as consultant to Kementerian Pertahanan Republik Indonesia, Indonesian Ministry of Defense, to advise the government on the establishment of the Indonesian Defense University, Universitas Pertahanan. Associate Professor Sebastian also served as member, Board of International Advisors for Susilo Bambang Yudhoyono Presidential Center. He also served as honorary advisor to the board of the Ancora Foundation, which managed by former Minister Gita Wirjawan, and the Bakri Center Foundation. Through the association with these institutions, he has raised over 3.7 million worth of donation for RSIS. And in addition to his illustrious career, Professor Leonard Sebastian has published many books and journal articles in peer-reviewed journal articles. He is the author of Realpolitik Ideology, Indonesia's Use of Military Force, published by Institute of Southeast Asian Studies and Cambridge University Press in 2006, and the second edition is 2015. It shows that the book has a wide readership, and his referred articles have been published in the Journal of Strategic Studies, Asia Policy, Indonesia, published by Cornell University, Trans-Regional and National Studies of Southeast Asia, Southeast Asia Research, Defense and Security Analysis, and many more. Without further delay, today we have Professor Leonard Sebastian present for 25 minutes, and the floor or the screen is yours now for the next 25 minutes, Prof. Sebastian. Do we have Prof. Sebastian ready?
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oke, baik. Selamat siang Ibu Retna dan teman-teman dari Universitas Diponegoro. Ya, semoga kita tetap dalam keadaan yang sehat walafiat. Sebuah kehormatan bagi saya untuk dapat kembali berdiskusi dan berbagi dengan rekan-rekan Undip. Saya pertama kali terlibat dalam acara dengan rekan-rekan Undip pada tahun 2016. Ya, meskipun situasinya berbeda, tapi saya percaya kehangatan dan entusiasme rekan-rekan Undip tetap sama. It's such a pleasure to have the opportunity to speak to all of you here today. I actually prepared two presentations, one in Bahasa Indonesia and another in English. Since this, of course, is an international seminar, not to worry, we can always discuss a little bit in Bahasa Indonesia as well for those who prefer to use Bahasa Indonesia. So let me provide some highlights relating to my presentation. I have only a couple of slides here that I want to put forward, but they will provide, I hope, some sense of what Singapore's experience has been during this COVID-19 situation. I mean, it has been challenging, and I do believe that there are some useful takeaways that we can gain from the presentation. Even though Singapore is a city-state, I do believe that what we can do is to prepare, not so much for now, but for the future. Because I do believe that we are now going to be moving into a situation whereby pandemics are going to be the norm. So preparedness is going to be quite critical in terms of how we plan for the future. So in this context, my presentation is more about Singapore's experience in that we can perhaps look at this as a sort of a template of sorts to allow for preparedness to be built into the systems of different countries. I say this primarily because we had an experience earlier back in 2003 with SARS. In this context, let me, okay, is it possible to,
Yeah, I don't think it's possible for you to change the slide.
yes.
Yeah, you
thank
can ask. Okay.
Yeah, thank you so much, Ibu. That's good. Fantastic. What can we learn from Singapore and the management of the crisis? So ini bahagian pertama. So Singapore experienced two parallel waves of COVID-19 infections. The first COVID-19 case was reported on the 23rd of January. This was a Chinese national from Hubei who tested positive for COVID-19. The local community transmissions emerged sometime around early February. Then we started seeing situations where there were people with positive COVID-19 symptoms with no links to China. So we began to see a process of community spread. What we did benefit from is really the type of contact tracing and isolation protocols that were left in place since the SARS crisis. As cases rose, the government implemented a partial lockdown, what was referred to as a circuit breaker, between 7th of April and the 1st of June. This meant that Singaporeans in non-essential services worked from home. They left home only to purchase basic necessities. So these measures were rolled out in order to control the transmission amongst the local population. And these measures were essentially eased between July and September. Simultaneously, there was a larger wave of asymptomatic COVID-19 transmissions. These emerged among the foreign workers who lived in relatively cramped worker dormitories. And we started seeing cases like this in early April. Most of the affected were really mild cases and were basically placed in community isolation facilities. And subsequent to that, measures were taken to reduce crowding in dormitories. There was a mass testing system that was put in place in this context to deal with this problem. And the expansion of community isolation facilities has brought the virus under control over a period of 3 months. So as of 2nd of September, new COVID-19 infections average between 40 to 50 daily, and less than 100 cases are being hospitalized now. The next slide, please. Okay, so what were the steps taken by the Singapore government to protect the economy and jobs? Um, Up to the current date um, of our presentation today, the Singapore government has announced effectively four budget packages for COVID-19 relief measures. Uh, the fourth was called the Fortitude. And this is basically called the Fortitude budget. So the fourth tranche of relief packages will cost the government about Singapore 33 billion. And what it does is it builds on the previous relief measures. The first was the Unity package. The second, Resilience package. The third was called the Solidarity package. And what these packages were constructed to do was to help businesses and individuals adapt, build resilience, and effectively build confidence in the system amid the COVID-19 pandemic. So what this does is, right, it brings total government spending to a landmark total of Singapore $100 billion. In addition, there is also a job support scheme which seeks to support employers to retain local employees during this period of economic uncertainty. And this measure has been enhanced. The job support scheme will be extended by up to 7 months to cover wages right up until March 2021. The foreign worker levies will also be waived for 2 months, 100% in June and 50% in July. There is also the SG United Jobs and Skills Package, which aims to seek to expand job uh, traineeship, skills training opportunities to support Singaporeans affected by the impact of COVID-19, and will support close to 100,000 job seekers. There had been tougher measures also urged to tackle the hiring bias in a bid to protect the Singaporean workforce. So the Ministry of Manpower has introduced stricter criteria for employment passes and S passes. So the minimum monthly employment pass salary level in Singapore has been raised from $3,600 to $3,900. For the S-Pass workers, it has been raised from $1,200 to $1,400. And for those working in the financial services sector, uh, that number has been raised to $5,000. The third part of my presentation, and please, may I have slide 3? Um,
Slide-nya, mohon maaf.
yes. Slide 3, Ibu.
Ya, slide 3.
Yes. Ya, baik. Terima kasih banyak, Bu. Okay, what we wanted to also look into significantly is the special needs of the Muslim community, particularly the challenges they faced with respect to dealing with COVID-19. And I thought, it might be useful for me to share a little bit about Singapore's own response to meeting the needs of the Muslim community. Um, as a collective responsibility to safeguard public health, the Islamic Religious Council of Singapore, the Majlis Ugama Islam Singapura, MUIS, issued 8 advisories or Arshad on managing the COVID-19 situation. The first Arshad was published on 30th January 2020. Arshad is a religious guidance issued by the Office of the Mufti. Arshad aims to address various issues related to Islamic practices and perspectives on current development. The general principles of the Arshad are that the Singapore Muslim community shares responsibility in the minimizing of the transmission of the virus and ensures that the situation remains under control. This is because Islam teaches Muslims to place great importance to the community's interests and well-being. So, what the Irshad outlines are several measures for Muslims in Singapore to follow in response to the COVID-19 situation. The measures comprise both individual and communal levels. At the individual level, such as the advocating of the basic maintenance of good personal hygiene, the monitoring of health regularly, the need for social distancing and interaction, and among others was also the prohibition of shaking hands between individuals. I mean, this was controversial, but it was something that the community accepted. Uh, Over and above that, there is also the issue of the communal level. So what MUIS did in this context was to issue a fatwa allowing for the closure of mosques as a measure to curb the spread of COVID-19 during the circuit breaker period. Also, on the issue that pertains with the performing of funerals, particularly funeral prayers, there was the introduction of regulations limiting the numbers of people who could attend to a maximum of 10 people. So besides prayer issues, MUIS also permits virtual marriage solemnization as long as the conditions for a nikah solemnization can be fulfilled. So the end of the circuit breaker phase on 2nd June 2020 saw mosques reopening their doors, but for a limited time and space. The first reopening was meant primarily for small numbers of members of the community, especially workers in essential services that are constantly on the move, such as taxi drivers, private hire drivers, and delivery service personnel. The reopening also incorporates safe management measures, such as the bringing of your own prayer items, uh, plus the wearing of masks and social distancing measures of 1 meter between congregants. The mosques then expanded the opening time and space to include more congregants, to 50 people at one time, and later on to 100 people at one time. So, apart from managing issues pertaining to one's religion, MUIS also provides financial assistance to the Muslim community who are affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. So, MUIS allocates approximately 1.6 million Singapore dollars for the COVID-19 MUIS Support Fund to help ease the financial burden of households affected by economic uncertainty resulting from the COVID-19 pandemic. The support fund aims to assist 4,000 households, with each eligible household receiving a one-off assistance of $400. So, in this context, let me just conclude with just a few comments that I think might be relevant for our friends in Indonesia, particularly as we are hoping that what we aim to do is to share knowledge and learn from each other. And in this context, of course, Singapore is a city state. Indonesia is such a large country, the largest in Southeast Asia. So I am aware of how difficult it can be to translate some of um, our our own experience to the Indonesian context, because there are definitely geopolitical differences. I mean, we are basically a smaller population in this context. But I think what I would like to highlight is the transferability of governance strategies, which I think will be useful in this context. And perhaps some of the things that we have learned can also be tailored to the Indonesian context, right? Not maybe not so much for the current pandemic, but I would say for the future pandemics that we do expect to see in the near future. The first point I'd like to make in this context is what we learned back in 2003. We realized that one big issue that we face is that our hospital system can be ill prepared for the numbers of people that that we will have to handle. So what you want to try to do is to try to prepare for that eventuality. So what the SARS situation back in 2003 taught us was the need to create an intermediary system, particularly in the context of public health preparedness. So what has happened is over the course of the the period after the SARS epidemic, um, there has been the establishment of 900 rapid response public health preparedness clinics. So what these clinics do, these clinics are also called PHPCs. What they do is they serve as an intermediary between the community and the hospital. So they act as a sort of a screening service, you know. So what they do is patients with flu-like or pneumonia symptoms are then sort of divided, into low risk and high risk groups. So the high risk group is then referred to the infectious disease hospital for further assessment and management. The next thing that we had to develop was basically a testing capability. And in this context, Singapore is a mass producer of COVID-19 tests. So this helped us significantly in terms of gearing up for the challenges. Because in terms of our ability to test the population, right? I think, and if we compare Singapore regionally and internationally, we do have a significant capability now built into the system to test the population, which is basically similar to the United States and Canada and Germany as well, but definitely much higher than Hong Kong, Japan, and South Korea. So in this context, right, this has helped us significantly to ensure that our technology sectors and testing laboratories are significantly resourced. So going forward, one area that has to be resourced would be, the science and technology sector, and of course the testing laboratories. And then, of course, the next thing we have to do is to look at how technology becomes an enabler, and here in this context, how do we trace, right, becomes quite critical, because it's very difficult, to sort of just depend on individuals to do these things, because our experience is such that people ignore quarantine instructions. They are not forthcoming about their travel history. They don't share information, in this context. So what needs to be done is a system to improve contact tracing and adherence to quarantine. And in this context, what Singapore has done is to come up with some apps, that these Bluetooth operating mobile applications like Trace Together and Safe Entry. Trace Together, you can actually find it online, so it's possible to actually take a look and see how these detection tools were effectively put together. Other countries have different systems. I think Korea uses GPS. South Africa also uses GPS data tracking methods. So in this context, what needs to be done is to develop an early identification of contacts of a COVID infected individual. What this does is it breaks the chain of transmission. And this is something, again, we learned from our SARS episode, back in 2003. Now, the use of technology becomes very critical. And yeah, this is going to be challenging for Indonesia because, of Indonesia's own history of repression, right? And the way in which the surveillance system has been used. When I first came to Indonesia back in 1994, people used to joke with me that Indonesia was negara intel, so I can imagine, right? Because people have such a great fear of surveillance structures and systems, right, that are put in place, or when a new law is introduced, it's like, oh, is this another kind of undang-undang subversi, So I can understand definitely Indonesians' fear of these sorts of structures being introduced, but I think what can be useful is to actually think in terms of how to put in place a structure to monitor these things. I mean, here in Singapore, yes, we do have a well-established, centrally controlled surveillance system for social order. No doubt about it. But there is also, together with that, the Personal Data Protection Act, the PDPA. So for example, Ibu Retna, Pak Andi Basit uh, wanted my a scanned copy of my passport and a scanned copy of my ID. I can't give you these things, Unfortunately, it goes against PDPA regulations in Singapore. So if I send this information, it cannot be electronically transmitted. It has to be through the snail mail process. I'm afraid. So I mean, there are different ways of looking at these issues. So I can imagine the concerns in Indonesia. So one thing that can be done is, particularly to address privacy concerns, there should be an establishment of a autonomous entity under the administration of a community advisory board that is independent of the government for data governance through the application. So Indonesia can come up with something like this. And I think if you have an autonomous agency accounting for data, I think that would be trustworthy for civil society. So in this context, right, if the methods used in Singapore may be too difficult to implement in Indonesia, there are other ways of looking at these issues. And then, of course, just my final 2 points. It is the challenge of slowing down the spread. How do you go about slowing down the spread? Because a lot of people move around, right? Now, uh, basically, Singapore did not immediately enforce a national lockdown. I mean, essentially, we started with social distancing, and these sorts of recommendations are easier to implement. And then we move towards a circuit breaker sort of structure, whereby it is not a lockdown, like, for example, you saw, say, a lockdown after the Boston terror attacks, where the whole city of Boston went into lockdown. So you have to just stay in your house and you can't come out. In Singapore, it's we called it a circuit breaker because it was basically a partial lockdown. So you can, if you wanted food, you can go out to the supermarket. The public transport system is still functioning. The shops are still open. In this context, but certain things are closed, right? I mean, offices are closed, schools are closed, because what you're trying to do is you're trying to basically slow down the spread, and in this context, I'm afraid there also has to be some element of deterrence, instituted. In Singapore, there are penalties for defiance, so if you decide to sort of defy public health precautions, or if you provide false information, if you are a COVID-19 infected case, you will be liable to a hefty fine, and of course, that can be also supplemented with 6 months imprisonment. So there is actually significant penalties that are put in place. So I mean, I guess the environment in Singapore is different. I mean, democracies might find it more challenging to institute these measures. But having said that, maybe I end on this note that we did hold a general election during the COVID-19, and it turned out that the opposition won a very good number of votes. So the COVID-19 didn't change. Didn't change anything. We were able to conduct an election, which I think surprised a lot of people. When we think in terms of the number of seats that the incumbent government lost. So it tells you a little bit about what is possible and what is not possible, in the context of such a constraining environment. And so with that, let me end my presentation. Ya, saya harap ya kita dapat berjumpa langsung di kesempatan yang akan datang. Dengan begitu saya juga bisa makan sate sapi Pak Kempleng di Unggaran. Yeah, I was looking forward to coming to Semarang because I miss my sate sapi. So I hope I have another chance to visit Semarang in the not too distant future. It's a real pleasure and an honor to be invited by Undip. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Pak Leonard Sebastian, for your very interesting presentations. And yeah, of course, we also would like to have you here and enjoying the Sate Pak Kempleng together with the committee again, because it's always a nice way to have long conversation about so many different things. And if you look at the Pak Leonard Sebastian presentation, we have a lot of information about what Singapore has done in relation to mitigating and containing the impact of COVID-19. And of course, as Pak Leonard has mentioned, the context is, if not to say somewhat different, it's significantly different with Indonesia. Singapore is a city-state in the sense that the regional vastness is muchly smaller than Indonesia, and also the political system is somewhat different. But of course, democracy is still running well in Singapore, as shown by the latest election during the COVID-19 pandemics, in which the opposition also gaining increases in votes, which mean political accountability does run well. And what is also important to take out from Pak Leonard presentation is the transferability of governance strategy, which of course regarding the different contexts and capacity of the government as well as the CSOs, we can discuss a lot more about what kind of governance structure that we can have in Indonesia as well. And the last point that I find very interesting from Leonard's presentation is the way he combines between what government's efforts to contain the impact of COVID-19, especially in the examples of packages for the labor force and also for the business sector. But also very important is the role of civil society, as in the examples of MUIS. Yeah, but I need more information about MUIS, because is it similar as Majelis Ulama Indonesia in Indonesian context?
Yes.
Okay, so it's probably quite significant, has significant role in mitigating the impact of COVID-19 as well as what we see in Indonesia. Okay, so now it's time for question and answers, and we already have questions from the chat. I also invite participants, if they want to convey their question and comments directly to Pak Leonard. While waiting for the direct questions from the participants, I will read the question from the chat. This is from Ibu Laila from Magister of Ilmu Politik Universitas Diponegoro. First, thank you for the nice and interesting presentation. I agree with your point that religious leaders play a crucial role in strengthening communities' awareness of the impact of COVID. But this is the question. I'm curious what kind of challenges these leaders typically face in convincing the community to keep obeying government's regulations. Although it might not easy to accept. Thank you. That's the first question. Maybe while waiting for another question, Pak Leonard can have some comments on this.
Certainly, Ibu. The challenges are quite significant actually, because it is not easy to get public compliance. Whether it is in a Muslim context or in a secular context. I think the example I gave highlights the approach that has to be adopted, has to be multifaceted. So we have to think about how we bring in different groups of people who can support and help the process along. It cannot be a government initiated process. So in this context, it is government and civil society that have to work together to bring about change, because government can put together the framework, the governance structures. They can also put in place deterrent measures. But I mean, we don't want to go into that area of deterrence. You see, I mean, what we want to do is we want more explanation, more sharing, more acceptance. You see that there is an element of mutual benefit here if we all, as a community, follow the requirements. So I'm sure Muslim leaders face a lot of challenges. I mean, in terms of keeping the mosque open, I mean, the demands by the public would be quite significant, especially in terms of using the premises. I mean, the masjid, in this context, it is not just an issue with the masjid. I can stress it is also a problem with the gereja as well. So in this context, Christian leaders also have to be prepared to support these requirements, because if we note the places where we have seen this kind of spread, the classic example is actually Korea. The minute they let their guard down, the minute you have a situation where you have mass gatherings in an enclosed space, the virus comes back with a vengeance. So I do believe that there is a need to be very respectful of this virus. I think in many instances we seem to find situations where even some leaders tend to make light of it, saying that, oh, it's just nothing but the flu. So if you don't take it seriously, right, the dangers are quite apparent. So it's something that just cannot be a government mandated thing. It has to be a whole of society approach. So, leaders from different sectors of society have to step forward and provide their leadership and their guidance. And in this context, nothing is more important than civil society. Without the support of civil society, working hand in hand with the government, this problem will be a persistent one that will be very difficult to eradicate.
Do we have other questions? You can also raise your hand so that I can point to you. Okay, now I will read a question from WhatsApp because I'm very open with different channels of participations. From my WhatsApp, my students ask about the dilemma between civil liberties and the question of tracing the COVID-19, because in a way there's some kind of a contradiction when your civil liberties to be anonymous from surveillance is now somewhat voluntarily given to the authority to be watched. What is the Singaporean take on this? I mean, you mentioned a little bit about that, but the exploration of the dilemma or the reaction from democracy, civil society organizations regarding this, maybe, yeah.
Yeah, I think we all face similar dilemmas, you know. I mean, if you look at a country like China, I mean, it's surprising to note, but you know, you only realize these things in the aftermath. So much of China's learning actually comes from Singapore's experience. And then in reality, China implementing what seemed to have worked in Singapore in China. But every country has to find its own comfort level, I'm afraid. And this is the case, I would say, even for democracies, right? They need to develop such structures. I mean, let's if we were to look at, say, an example would be Israel, right? I mean, Israel is a democracy, but it too has developed mobile location tracking application. So in this context, it generates a warning, right? A warning message if users are in close contact with someone who tested positive for COVID-19. South Korea, another democracy, has also been using GPS. It has also been using uh, this system for phone tracking, for credit card records, and then there is also surveillance videos, right, that are used as ancillary contact traces. And then I mentioned in my presentation, South Africa also using GPS data tracking methods, also another democracy. So the thing about it is, I guess we all have to think in terms of what do we do? You know, how are we going to effectively break the chain of transmission? If you don't supplement testing with tracing, it can't be done. You know, in this context, I think the use of technology is mandatory. So I can understand the challenges, you know, that you know, these technologies in normal times, right, can be used to maintain social order, can be used for national security purposes, can be used for the interests of the states, right? In this context, so I do agree that there must be, if you have a regime like this, you must also have um, a system in place that will effectively enable an accountability process to be established. So in this context, right, it's important to address privacy concerns. Um, so every country has to deal with this. Singapore came up with a PDPA system, you know, which effectively protects the information and data of individuals. Maybe for a larger country like Indonesia, the better way forward, considering Indonesia's own past, particularly how these systems were used during the Orde Baru, would be to introduce or to establish maybe some kind of autonomous authority, of some sort, or an autonomous entity, yeah. And that can be done easily under the administration of a community advisory board, that is independent of government, for data governance through the application. So in this context, I would say that is a good system. And in a way, I would say what Indonesia may need to do more, perhaps considering the size of the population numbers, is to use the uh, airway and airpay system better, to get them involved in terms of tracking and tracing. I think if you look at how Vietnam does it, Vietnam has a kind of a booking system whereby people have a kind of a check-in, check-out book, So this allows for a certain degree of tracing to take place at the village level. So I think the airway RT system that exists in Indonesia, which is actually civilian manned, can actually be a much better approach. If, say, for example, there are concerns about the use of military and police personnel to do this sort of job. I think, in this context, military personnel probably better utilized for the logistical side of things, like, say, for example, when it comes to the packing of masks, but then when it comes to the distribution of masks, it shouldn't be the military, it should be actually the airway or the RT that are responsible for it. So that's what I mean in terms of a good division of labor.
I have many more questions.
That's nice.
From chats and from
Yeah.
WhatsApp. But because, of course, we have limited time until 2 p.m., do we have direct questions from the audience from Zoom session? If we don't, then I will read one last question from the chat. From Bu Hartuti Purnaweni, also lecturer at Universitas Diponegoro. She asked about, at the early spread of COVID-19, I saw in the video that passengers at Changi Airport wore plastic wrap like hazmat, very disciplined, which is very typical Singapore. I did not see in other airports, and that amazed me. How about the discipline of the citizens so far? Do you have any observations on the level of disciplinary practice from the citizens?
I think Singaporeans by nature are very conscious about public health, and there is actually a fear factor there that I think drives people to want to follow these regulations. I think we are all very keen to get back to some sense of normalcy, but maybe what that does is it does allow sort of the the fact that we tend to be vigilant in this context. But I think what we have also benefited from is a combination of different structures that have come together to help reinforce the message, and also play their part in health provision. So, for example, we have community centers in Singapore, and they have been significantly involved in mask distribution. We've also sort of put in place a very good data mechanism, I think, that has basically provided us with a good base to develop, firstly, a good knowledge base. And what that knowledge base can do is it provides us the basis to craft good policies. So when you have a good database, right, it enables us to be able to then put in place policies that people readily accept. So in this context, right, um, we have also, I guess, a good response mechanism. So I think people feel very confident, you see, that the system is in place. So say, for example, when we need to sort of move people, right? If you find a cluster, like we found in the foreign workers dormitories, right? Possible to open up big facilities. Like say, for example, the Singapore Expo can become a hospital, just like that, in order to, facilitate the movement of people. So then in this context, neighborhoods in that vicinity feel safe. So in this regard, right, I think there is an element of, there is, you don't get a sense that there is fear in Singapore. Everyone feels like everything has been taken, is in under control and is taken care of, in this regard. So what this does is it also sort of forces you to get into a mindset, right, where you want to also play your part. You want to, even though it's inconvenient, you want to also follow these rules and regulations, right, to ensure that that we get out of this problem as quickly as possible. So in this context, right, I think the combination of strategies has been useful, whether it is in the health sector, whether it's in the job sector, whether it is in terms of looking after foreign workers, and their needs. The combination of strategies have been able to create that confidence level in Singapore that has allowed, or maybe has facilitated an environment where people want to follow the regulations, and the structures. Thank you, Ibu.
Yeah, thank you very much, Pak Leonard Sebastian, for your interesting presentation and very thorough answers for our curiosities, because we see Singapore as thing so unusual in ASEAN. Singapore is always very successful in managing this kind of situation. In Indonesia, for example, we do have a SARS experience, but it seems the infrastructure as the legacy of SARS pandemic doesn't really work this time. So yeah, so many things to learn from the experience of Singapore, and I thank you very much for your presence and in the ICISPE 2020. And I do hope that you will come back again in person in Semarang, and we'll have a much longer conversation over the Sate Pak Komplek, of course.
Thank you so much, Ibu. It's a real pleasure and a great honor to participate in the international conference. I wish you
Yeah.
success for the rest of the conference.
Thank you very much, and hope to always keep in touch with Pak Leonard and friends at the RSIS.
Indeed, Ibu. It's a
Yeah.
real pleasure. Thank you.
Yeah. Terima kasih Pak
Terima kasih
Leonard.
banyak, Ibu.
Yeah. And now we move on to our second speaker of this panel. I see Professor Ward Scott is already here. And after we had presentation, very interesting presentation, and so much to learn from Professor Leonard Sebastian from RSIS Singapore. Now we come to a little bit different topic from Professor Ward Scott. But before we learn from him, I will share and I will read some of his impressive CV, equally impressive to Professor Leonard Sebastian. And Professor Ward Berenscott is currently appointed as professor in comparative political anthropology of South and Southeast Asia at the University of Amsterdam. A little footnote: Professor Ward Berenscott is my promoter, so I have to be really kind to him. No, okay, and he also served as senior researcher at the Royal Netherlands Institute of Southeast Asian and Caribbean Studies, KITLV. In April and May 2018, his visiting fellowship at Yale University. And before that, he was a postdoctoral researcher at the Royal Netherlands Institute of Southeast Asian and Caribbean Studies. And Professor Ward Berenscott has published numerous publications. The latest monograph that we also have in Indonesia is Democracy for Sale, Election, Clientelism, and the State of Indonesia, published by Cornell University Press. In Indonesia, it's maybe Democracy for Sale as well, yeah, the title.
Yep.
And has been translated into Indonesia by Yayasan Obor Indonesia. And his previous book is on riot politics, India's Hindu-Muslim violence, and the Indian state. So in that sense, Professor Berenscott will have a more comparative view on what happened in Indonesia in relation to similar experience in India and other ASEAN societies. Without further delay, we have Professor Ward Berenscott with us. And for the presentation, we have 25 minutes and will directly followed by question and answer for another 25 minutes. For participants, you can always post questions on the chat forum as well as through WhatsApp for my friends at the Universitas Diponegoro, as what we had with Professor Leonard Sebastian. So please, Ward, the screen is yours.
Thank you, Bu Retna, and nice to be here together in this panel, you and me. So, selamat pagi atau selamat siang untuk semua, selamat sejahtera. Khususnya saya hormati Wakil Rektor 1, Profesor Budi Setiono, yang saya hormati Dekan Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Ilmu Politik, Dr. Hardi Warsono. Saya hormati Wakil Dekan 1, Dr. Teguh Yuwono. Saya hormati Wakil Dekan 2, Dr. Ika Rizwanti Putranti. Dan saya hormati para pembicara, pemateri, dan peserta seminar ICISPE 2020. It's very nice to be here. Thank you for inviting me. I've been to Undip several times. And it was always very nice meetings, and it's a nice but weird experience to be now joining Undip from afar, from Amsterdam, where I'm now. So I indeed, as Boredna said, I'm going to talk to you about a slightly different topic compared to Pa Leonard. We're going to talk about Indonesian politics, and then particularly a somewhat technical sounding phenomenon, but something that I think is familiar to many of you, called clientelism. And in Indonesia, often different words are used, like politik transaksional or politik dagang sapi, politik hutang budi, politik uang sometimes. The commonality of all these words is that it refers to this practice of exchanging political support for personal favors. Although I will come up with a different definition of this phenomenon. While this may sound very different to the, say, discussing Indonesia's policies in dealing with COVID or comparing it with Singapore, thank Leonard for a very interesting presentation on this. So it is different, but I'll try. I see there are some connections. I'll get to that, particularly in the light of the main theme of this panel, which is human resource management. So on your slide, on your screen on this slide, you will see some examples of how we usually think of clientelism, which in Indonesia you encounter as the phenomenon of serangan fajar, or the practice of handing out money, as the name suggests, in the early hours before the election booths open, although in practice actually in the weeks before the elections. And as these illustrations show, these practices are quite accepted and common. Di sini menerima serangan fajar. But it takes different forms, clientelism. This exchange of personal favors for electoral support is not just exchanging money, but also you see some examples here on the screen, and I picked them in relation to human resources. It also means giving jobs to electoral supporters, or giving promotions to civil servants who have been helping, say, the Bupati to get elected. They can get, often, not always, but they might be rewarded with a promotion. And another form of political human resource management is the way in which political parties select their candidates, which often involves something called mahar politik, or some sort of money going from the candidate to the party. So again, an exchange of a favor for political support. Now, why are we talking about this? That is because it's becoming increasingly clear that this phenomenon is very common in Indonesia. Here on the screen, I put some results from the very interesting book on vote buying by Burhan Muhtadi. He put together survey results from very different countries. Being a surveyor himself, he found that the best estimate he came up with is that during parliamentary elections, around 33% of the population, the surveyed population, receives a gift, whether money or a T-shirt or some sort of gift. And with that, no, actually, it's only money. This is vote buying. So 1/3 of the population receives money during elections, which is very high, and that, compared to other survey results, suggests it's in the top 3 worldwide. I did my own type of study to assess how common clientelism is in Indonesia and across Indonesia. In that book that Bu Retna mentioned, Democracy for Sale, we used material from an expert survey. We surveyed political observers from across Indonesia and asked them questions about clientelistic exchanges, without using the term, but asking questions like you see on your screen, such as, of all the contracts that local government hands out, what percentage do you think goes to businesses or entrepreneurs who supported politicians? And here you see also the results on your screen, and you see, interestingly, we found a big variation across Indonesia, with lower scores, particularly in the cities in Java, but also the countryside, and much higher scores in eastern Indonesia, where basically, according to these experts, most contracts are handed out clientelistically. They go only, or at least a large percentage of them, go to supporters of politicians. Similarly, related to the theme of human resource, we asked how bureaucrats get promoted, and whether they get promoted because they supported a candidate during the previous election campaigns. And we found a similar pattern, that experts in Surabaya, Jakarta, and I might also add Semarang, did not consider this practice to be very common, although not absent either. But again, if we go to Kalimantan or eastern Indonesia, observers generally felt that yes, most of senior bureaucrats get their position because they supported someone during the elections, and if not, they run the risk of being the non-jobkan, as it's called, or you risk even punishment postings if you supported the wrong candidate. So the point is, clientelism is a very common phenomenon, and it's having an impact on the character of Indonesia's bureaucracy and politics, which is why we're going to talk about it. And I want to reflect in this talk a little bit about why is it common, what is it, why is it common, what are the consequences of it, and what could be done to face this challenge. Is clientelism an eternal feature of politics in Indonesia, or is it actually under human control somehow? So these three questions I will dive into. Now, the first one about what is clientelism, and then we have to discuss what I would call three myths or three misunderstandings of clientelism. First of all, is that uh, there's a certain discomfort talking about it because there's a feeling like, oh, clientelism is a sign of Indonesia's underdevelopment. This is something we should not have. Uh, uh, um, if we would be more developed, it's not there. But it's not that simple. There are developed countries that have their own forms of clientelism. Japan has a long history of clientelistic politics. Um, in every country, including my own in the Netherlands, you can identify moments and aspects of politics that are clientelistic. There's just a scandal in one of our city councils where a a cabinet member handed out licenses to a donor of his election campaign. So typical clientelistic behavior happening here too. Um, and we can talk about how, say, Donald Trump rewarded his rich donors with a tax system that primarily benefits these rich donors. Well, though the type of exchange is different, the donors got a particular policy with it, that exchange you can call clientelistic as well. So it is a feature of politics worldwide, albeit in differing intensity. Now, a second misunderstanding about clientelism is that it's something, a cunning strategy that politicians adopt out of choice. That it's something, if only they would stop doing it, then it would be solved. That this is a strategy to win elections. Now, indeed, clientelism helps to win elections, but it's not something that they can avoid adopting, because very often clientelistic behavior, such as vote buying, also grows out of the expectations and demands from voters who expect, when a politician visits their village, expect gifts, and find vote buying, handing out money, a sign that the candidate is serious and that he or she is caring for them. If you would not be handing out money, you would be seen as pelit, as stingy, and as somebody who doesn't care for common people. So it is not that easy that it's just a strategic, opportunistic choice by politicians. The third misunderstanding is that it's often equated with corruption, that these exchanges are corrupt and that they are so a sign of amorality, of selfish, amoral behavior. Now, some of that clientelistic practices are indeed illegal and in that sense corrupt. So it's not related, but what it is not is amoral. And this is what I'm going to argue for. Is that actually this is a political practice that very much leans on and uses social norms and very much builds on ideas of what is moral behavior. And to understand the challenge of dealing with clientelism, we need to understand that moral dimension and not see it as some sort of selfish, amoral behavior. I want to, because I find that an important point, I want to take a little moment to illustrate that. Which is from these illustrations from my field work for this book, Democracy for Sale. One of the regions where I went to follow the elections was Gunung Mas in central Kalimantan, which happened to be chosen in the middle of that field work and that choice. It happened that this major scandal erupted surrounding the district head of Gunung Mas, Hamid Binti. You see him here on the left. He was caught bribing the the chair judge of the Constitutional Court in Indonesia, Akil Mokhtar, in order to get a favorable ruling in an election dispute. So he was arrested, he was sent to jail. And when I went to Gunung Mas for fieldwork, I expected many people to be ashamed or perhaps angry that their senior politician, who was already very rich, was engaging in such behavior and giving a bad image to Gunung Mas. But what I found, it was not that much the case. Actually, he was liked and popular. You see one of those demonstrations in his favor that were organized. Um, it was not that people felt that the bribing was not a bad thing, but that it was weighed with some other thing. Now, just one illustration was that I had many of these evening conversations with people where you learn the most outside the formal interview setting. We were a bit gossiping about local politics, and I spoke to one of these journalists called Teguh, who said who talked about how Binti always, when you came to his office, he would have envelopes of money ready. So when you were sick or you needed to bring your parents to the hospital, he would take out the envelopes, give you some money to pay for the costs. And also, Tegu told me, my luck is that I have a family relationship with Binti. So I have a friend who was poor and needed a job, and we could just go to him. Then Hamid Binti talked to the department head and arranged a low-paying job. He did not ask for a fee. He just asked, work well so that you do not put me to shame. And when the election campaign came, my friend supported the Bupati. The district head did not have to ask for it. My friend knew his position. Actually, the Indonesian expression is tahu diri. So he knew himself, he knew his obligation. Now, if I picked this example right, I think this sounds very recognizable to many of you and in somehow maybe not even unsurprising. But that's the point. Because in this story, there are a lot of common understandings of how things work. Like if there's a family relationship, you can ask somebody for a favor. But also, if the Bupati has done something for you, you are expected to do something in return. Tahu diri. And if you would not, it would have been a kind of a violation of a certain norm. Just like it would have been impolite if my friend Tugu would ask Hamid Binti for help and he would refuse or not do anything. So what we're talking about here is a practice of actually honoring interpersonal commitments. That's what clientelism rests on, which is why I'm proposing this different definition of clientelism, which is in Indonesian in your screen here below, which is that clientelism is the prioritizing of personal obligations over institutional obligations. And what I mean with institutional obligations, it's an obligation towards rules and regulations as formulated by the state, laws, for example. And you saw that in the example of Teguh. If Hamid Binti would be following his obligation towards the institution of the Pemerintah Daerah, he would say, oh yeah, it's too bad for your friend. Let him write a letter to the Human Resource Department. We put him on file for our next selection round, and I'll let the Human Resource Committee sort it out. That would be following the procedures and the rules, which would be fine in terms of the procedures, but it would be a violation of interpersonal obligations and relationships. So the tension that people like Togu as well, but also Hamid Binti are working in, is that they are trying to balance two often conflicting sets of obligations, one towards procedures and laws and regulations, and one towards personal relationships. And this is also what clientelistic strategies rely on. When when politicians engage in vote buying in Serangan Fajar, it's not that they directly buy a vote as you would buy, say, eggs in a market or something. It's that you rely on these norms that if once you have received money, you would feel these interpersonal obligation to reciprocate, to pay back that money with your vote. Now, people who receive the money might feel that they also have this impersonal obligation towards as a citizen towards democracy and towards voting for the right person. So in that sense, the vote buying is a similar balancing of interpersonal obligations and institutional obligations. So why am I making that point? First of all, to take clientelism a little bit out of the taboo sphere, as if something like, oh, we shouldn't have this, we should be ashamed of this. This is perhaps honoring interpersonal obligations is perhaps more human, more manusiawi than following rules and regulations. I mean, in that story of Binti, indeed, like how abstract is it that you say, no, we have to follow human resource procedures. I cannot help your friend. And somehow just helping your friend is more natural. That's one reason, but also this redefinition of clientelism helps us to understand a little bit where it comes from and why it is relatively common in Indonesia. And that is my argument here is that we need to look at the history of Indonesian state. That and particularly these 3 points here on your screen. That first of all, the Indonesian state has not been a very active presence in the life of common Indonesian throughout much of history. And with active presence, I mean helping with the welfare of people, helping when somebody is sick, helping when you don't have a job, helping when you get in a fight with somebody. In most of Indonesia, most of history, these sorts of problems are solved either through local customary institutions as well as to family networks or perhaps friend networks, not the state. Secondly, very important also in Indonesian history is that the Indonesian state has not only been a bit of absent, but also oppressive, experienced as oppressive. That the Dutch colonial rulers, I guess my ancestors then, they used the Indonesian state as a way to extract resources from Indonesia, to tell people, for example, in the cultuurstelsel, to tell people to work on the land and to give some of the harvest to and the benefits from the harvest to the agents of the colonial state. And thirdly, related to that, because the Indonesian state was built up by a colonial regime, the state is not some sort of the Indonesian state is not some sort of organic institution that grew out of Indonesian society. It is also, well, partly yes, but to a certain extent, it's also imposed on Indonesia by outsiders, which you can see that still many of these words related to accountancies and laws and rules are actually in Dutch or related to Dutch. All of that, why I'm mentioning these three things, is that all of that does not really generate a feeling of commitment or support for the rules and regulations of the state. It's not experienced as something that is in your interest of supporting it. Particularly that first point, if the state has been so absent and if people really depend more on personal relations to solve their life problems, then obviously honoring those personal relationships and maintaining their quality takes priority often over honoring the rules and regulations of the state, which are absent and are not always seen as useful or as important in daily life. So the point here is this pervasiveness of clientelistic practices and how normal they are is understandable when you look at how the Indonesian state grew over time and how it came to be as it is now. It means that as a result of that history, the commitment of people towards the Indonesian state is often lower than the commitment towards these interpersonal norms and obligations. And so what I'm trying to say with that also is to argue against common understanding that says clientelism happened because people are poor or because they're uneducated. It's not that simple. Even if you would be educated well or rich, if you are socialized in these norms, then clientelistic practices is very, very understandable. That does not mean, and now we get to my second question about the consequences. That does not mean that it is also neutral in its consequences, that it's not bad. It is understandable, but it does have negative consequences. One negative consequence, which you find when you follow elections like I did, is that politicians often end up in mental institutions, in the sense that they take on so much expenses engaging in vote buying that when they lose, this is often a great financial burden, and you find many of these newspaper articles that I put here on the screen. But that's a minor issue. A broader issue is that it affects the quality of the functioning of the Indonesian state and its capacity to solve problems for people. First of all, because these high costs associated with clientelism generate corruption, which means a lot of money is taken from the state that could otherwise have gone to better services, better roads, better education, or also more effective healthcare facilities in the case of a pandemic, for example. And related to that is the point about bureaucracy that I already made. Because of this tendency to use bureaucrats in election campaigns and to reward them with promotions for their loyalty, the strength and capacity of the bureaucracy is threatened. It's not a meritocracy, which means it's more loyalty than capacity that gets you promoted, which also affects the quality of public services. And thirdly, and more broadly, when political success depends on these making these clientelistic deals and sending jobs and contracts and licenses to supporters, basically the rule of law is undermined, and the capacity of the Indonesian state to implement rules and regulations is weakened. And also that affects the quality of life of people because they feel they cannot rely on rules and regulations. So it has serious negative consequences that we should not look back from, while the phenomenon is, as I argued, understandable. So basically, what I'm come to, the conclusion is this kind of lingkaran setan, you might say, that you have social norms that value interpersonal obligations, often before institutional obligations. As a result of that, politicians feel they cannot avoid but engaging in clientelistic behavior, clientelistic deals. But as a result of that, state institutions have a limited capacity to implement rules in an impersonal way. Rule of law is weak. As a result of which, people feel, well, we don't. I don't feel much commitment towards the rules and regulations of the state because nobody does, and it does not help me anyway. Which again strengthens the importance of impersonal obligations because people feel if I want to get something done from the state, I need to have good contacts and good relationships. I need to be reliable as rely on my connections, as in the example of that I gave of Pak Togu in Central Kalimantan. He used his family relationships with Pak Hamid Binti, and he felt that that was a key tool for him to arrange a job for a friend. So that means because of the difficulty of arranging jobs in an impersonal way, these family relationships and obligations are being valued, which again reinforces clientelistic behavior. So it's a reinforcing mechanism, which another way of a more political sciencey way to saying this is that solving clientelism is a collective action problem. Everybody might want to move away from clientelistic behavior, but each actor, whether it's a politician, a voter, or a bureaucrat, has an interest in keeping it in place because you're at risk when you would forego these kind of connections. So as a result, to address it, you need smart reforms that make breaking this or solving this collective action problem easier, which means basically reducing the costs of behaving differently, making it easier to say for politicians, no, I'm going to promote people based on capacity rather than loyalty. But also making it more difficult to engage in clientelistic practices like vote buying. So on this screen, I'm mentioning a few things. I think the Undang-Undang ASN that was adopted in Indonesia in 2014 was an important step, an attempt to get towards a more meritocratic way of appointing bureaucrats. At the same time, the implementation of this law has been disappointing because of the mechanisms that I discussed, and politicians basically want to keep their control over bureaucratic appointments. And I think a push for uh, implementing better some of the elements in this law is very important. Relatedly, I think electoral system also needs it's evaluated after each election. It's being evaluated now, and I think there's a need to think about that evaluation more from the light of how can we reduce the negative sides of clientelism, accepting that it's there and it's not a taboo, but think about okay how then to deal with it. I find particularly worrying and something that's very easy to solve is that the monitoring and punishment for vote buying is very weak in Indonesia. So the supervisory committee, the Bawaslu, had actually very limited tools to stop client or behavior as well as to catch it on the ground. I think having studied India, I think there are lessons to be learned from the much more proactive way that they try to counter vote buying in their country. Um, and I think that that's an important thing. A second element, because I don't want to talk too long, is that the electoral system in Indonesia systemically weakens political parties. That's a big theme of our book in Democracy for Sale. I think the transition away from clientelism, it needs political parties because they can stimulate elections based on ideas and policy programs rather than just on transactional exchanges. So you need political parties, and this weakening of political parties in Indonesia currently needs to be rethought if clientelism is to be addressed. So I leave it at that with the final sentence saying that Indonesia, that clientelism is a deep-rooted phenomenon that you cannot just solve in a few years, but also that it's not outside human control. That there are certain things you can do to at least reduce the negative downsides of this phenomenon. So with that, thank you very much, and thank you for the honor of inviting me. I have never had this sate daging sapi that Pak Leonard mentioned, but I do hope also that I will one day be live and back in Semarang and maybe try it out then one day. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Professor Ward Baron Scott. Of course, as the friend of Universitas Diponegoro, we always welcome you to have this sate sapi, and we'll discuss more about these clientelistic practices, which is actually quite frustrating. But when you mentioned that it's something that can be resolved, it's also quite enlightening. Just yesterday, I read an article at the Bangkok Post written by an Indonesian, and he was saying that corruption and clientelistic politics is ingrained in the culture of Indonesian people, which is something that you try to counter with your presentation today. That is actually not ingrained in terms of cultural or in the DNA of the Indonesian people, but it's related to the history of Indonesian state, which is, of course, it's something that human-made and can be reformed. Now we come to the question and answer session. We have not really 25 minutes, but less. But yeah, unfortunately, we have less time. Do we have direct questions from the audience before I read the chat and the WhatsApp questions? Pak Teguh, maybe you want to convey something related to Ward presentation? Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Hannah. Dr. Watt, thank you very much. I think your presentation is very interesting and it is demanding to discuss about what you call it, politik uang and also clientelism. But I think I need to clarify first to Dr. Watt. In your opinion, politik uang is bad or good? Can you confirm this one?
Yeah, well, so I guess the point I was trying to convey is that politik uang is understandable and unavoidable, but it's bad in terms of its consequences. So it's bad in the consequence in the sense that it generates corruption and it forces politicians to engage in all sorts of behavior to recover the money that we do not want. And an aspect I did not mention, but also similarly bad, is that it creates political inequality. So that because of the importance of vote buying, rich people have much more chances of participating and winning elections, and common people cannot. So you get a skewed political field, which becomes more oligarchic in its character.
Yes, and I think you are also having interesting point when you are saying that clientelism is not bad. Is that right? That I have a note from your point that because clientelism is related to maybe cooperation or working together or something like that. Is it? Am I right to say that clientelism is a part of Indonesian political culture and also picking up to the progress of democracy or not?
Well, indeed, that it's not bad, or in the sense that it's moral behavior and it's honoring personal commitments that are part of a healthy society. And in that sense, it's good, healthy behavior. It's and understandable. At the same time, when it comes to supporting democracy, I would say still, having said all that, it has negative effects for democracy because of that impact on political equality that I mentioned, that it skews power towards the rich people who can afford these kind of strategies. So, good and bad.
Yeah, I think interesting. I remember when you are saying that I think you recommend that the best system for Indonesian political democracy is not direct election, but you are saying, if I'm not mistaken, when in one occasion you are saying that the good democracy should be based on political party election. So we elect political party, not elect candidate to avoid politik uang and also black campaign or something like that. So is it still on your argument that to restore our political democracy of Indonesia, you still recommend that we have to change our system from direct election by not choosing a candidate but choosing a political party in political system or in election system? Is still there, or any progress you want to convey to us?
Yes, thank you, because your question gives me a chance to elaborate a bit the point I made very briefly about the need to strengthen political parties in Indonesia. So when Indonesia moved in 2004 to direct elections of district heads and governors, it brought politics perhaps closer to people, and it had certain advantages. But one of the disadvantages is that it created a very candidate, individual center electoral system, and it weakened political parties. And I had proposed in a number of occasions is to move towards a system that keeps the attention for the district head as it is the good thing of the current system, but takes away this highly individualized mahar politik festered way of doing it, which would be that you integrate the parliamentary elections with the bupati elections by having only one elections for parliament, but then with the regulation that the nomor urut satu, the number one of the biggest party, automatically becomes district head. So that you get a more party-centered elections, but also that people feel they are also electing the district head because they know that it's the candidate who's on the place number one. And all that would boost political parties, but also reduce the cost of elections because you have only one, so less vote buying, etc. This is just I think a suggestion that might work. There might be others, but the main point is also that it's important to think strategically about such reforms of electoral system to address the current threat that the rising cost of elections because of this clientelistic behavior is posing to Indonesia's democracy. Some reforms are needed to bring the costs down.
Yeah, in one side, our democracy is developing because many people participate in the process of democracy. But on the other side, there are also a lot of money or a lot of resources you have to invest in order to winning the election. So this is like what do you call it? Like trade off. In one side, our democracy is developing, but in other side, our maybe you said like moral obligation or moral ethics about money politics is then still our problem. But anyway, I think it's your idea on clientelism and then development political culture maybe need more time, because in my opinion, when we are going to restore our political system, I think firstly need times. Secondly, culture is not as simple as we think. So I think you so. But I do would agree with you that if you are not making good system, political culture will not be able to be performed. So I do believe the two things must be going in the same direction. You have to restore our political system in one side, and also we have to restore also political culture. Is it correct? My conclusion there.
Yes, and also, and I agree with that. And also, I'd like to add the point that so political culture is not an unchangeable thing. It changes over time, and there are very interesting studies of politics in particularly in England, in the UK in 1900s, and in United States, which suggest that it was very clientelistic in that time, and a lot of vote buying, as well as the appointments of bureaucrats were very much clientelistic, no meritocracy. But then certain
And that's change,
certain
yeah?
reforms were done that made it change. For example, and I would encourage the audience to take a look at the movie Gangs of New York with Leonardo DiCaprio. Nice movie also, but
Yeah.
also because it shows how at the local level of politics in New York, in that case, the clientelistic exchanges was very
Yeah.
common. But then reforms were implemented to address it, and it changed quickly in the
Yeah.
UK, slower in the US. And I think strategic thinking about this and implementing reforms can achieve the same thing in Indonesia.
So are you suggesting that political money politics can then finish in Indonesia then, because of your experience or example from Europe or US?
Yeah, well, not obviously not next year or in 2 or 3
Will
years.
be, huh? We
I
don't
hope.
know.
No, that would be nice, but I think no, not that. But definitely, it can be sharply reduced, and in the longer term, even eradicated. The current high level of vote buying, you saw that almost highest in the world, is mainly due to very lax monitoring. For example, if you would have much more monitoring and stricter punishment, you would immediately make it more difficult to engage in vote buying. That would already reduce the practice. And then following that up with electoral reform would phase it out in the longer term in the future, would even reduce it more.
Okay, it's interesting. Dr. Wan, thank you. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you for your nice questions.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot.
Yes.
I think we have more questions. Or Widya would like to convey your
Okay.
questions. Yeah.
Hi, Ward. Hello, Hannah. It's good. It's good to be here. Yeah, it's like being in
Bija,
my.
you look younger, Ja. Now you look you look younger now.
Yes, of course. Because of the I think the light in my room is perfect for now. That's why I ask questions so everyone can see me.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. I think it's been so many times I heard what's idea. Yeah. But one question that I still puzzle is the idea to reform the political party, the political system. Yeah. The question always pops in my mind is how do we reform a political party, for instance, that are not willing to reform itself. How do we reform a political
Yes.
system that are not willing to reform itself? So because in real we talk about the people, right, in the
Yeah.
political party, and then they become the political people, political members of the parliament, right, and they will be the ones who create the political system, electoral system, for instance, the regulation. So the puzzle would be how to to reform a political institution that refuse to reform itself. It would
Yeah.
be
Yeah,
yeah.
and Dr. Wat, I would like to tell you that here in this conference, in this room, there are also many political party activists join this seminar. I think you need to what do you to make them sure that your solution is also their solution as well. Okay.
Well, maybe we should ask Vijay's question to them then also. I'd love to hear from them
Yeah,
why
yeah.
political parties would not reform themselves. But I'll give you my answer. Basically, political parties, the political parties do not reform, or what Vijay means also improve themselves, basically because they don't have to. And they don't have to because in this candidate-centered election, votings and getting votes is not really based or on the behavior of political parties and their strength. Political parties in this system operate mainly as gatekeepers, that they are selecting mechanisms for selecting candidates, and then it's the candidates who get in the votes with their money, with their image, with their personal qualities. They collect the votes, but the role of political parties, for example, their election program, their vision for the future of Indonesia or something, is not very visible during elections. It's not totally irrelevant, but it's not very important. And which is the result of, it's like also a lingkaran setan, that when you don't, because people don't trust political parties, they're not giving much responsibility and power, which is why they don't perform, which is why people are distrust political parties as well. But I think once the vote and voting behavior, if you change the election system and voting behavior does depend on the behavior of political parties, they also get an incentive to clean up their act and to improve their functioning, and, for example, to be stricter on corruption, to have a more appealing election program. That comes with an electoral system that rewards political parties for that.
But who changed the political the electoral system? It's the legislative members, right, in the parliament.
Yes.
What if of those legislators don't want to change it?
Yes,
So
there we get to this big collective action problem, indeed, that
that's right.
the winners of the current system would need to change that system, which, if you are the winner of the system, you would not have a reason to do so. But
That's right.
what gives me some hope, and what was fascinating of my field work when I was going around Indonesia interviewing politicians also, is that interestingly, almost every politician I spoke to complained about politics in Indonesia, and nobody was really happy with the way elections are running now. And for their perspective, that's because basically the current elections uh, changes them into penjudi,
That's right. Yeah.
gamblers. They have to put down large amounts of money before the election without much certainty that they win the election, causing much stress and anxiety, as well as engaging in all sorts of deals with people they don't want to make deals with. So what I'm hoping that it's that experience and that kind of dislike of what they have to do to win that gives an incentive to these same politicians to change the system, because it can also reduce the mental stress for them.
Yeah, yeah. I agree with you, and I think I can also help you to answer the question too.
Uh,
In the Sekolah Demokrasi, that you're also the one who give the speech there. Yeah, you are the regular teacher there in Sekolah Demokrasi of LP3S. Yeah. in which UNDIP and LPDS recently held together. We gather all of the political party members, yeah, and many of them are legislators, and we found exactly the same things. All of them are complaining about Indonesian democracy, and surprisingly, they admit that Indonesian democracy is declining in their view. And one of the main reasons for them is because of the money politics, because of the expensive price of the election. So I often wonder, just like you, if everyone from these political parties are complaining about the price of the election, yeah, that they spend a lot of money, but it's not guaranteed for them to get elected. So actually, that could be the beginning to change the system, right? What we need is, I think, to get them all sit together to realize the problems, and then we change it together. So um, the conclusion would be, in my view, we are expecting you to come again in our next Kelas Demokrasi with Undip.
Well, I'd love that, but I also think that forums like Scholar Democracy would be a way to bring together people, these politicians, and indeed do that, to create this discussion and to create an agenda of, hey, we need a reform of the electoral system in a way that helps us politicians as well. And I think, discussions like Scholar Democracy can do that.
That's a good idea. I think next time we should make an agenda exactly like what you say, with all of those political parties signing the contracts that they agree to propose and advocate the reform and the electoral systems. Yeah, perhaps we can do that. Yeah,
Okay,
but
so
before
I think
our
we
session is
still have more
short,
questions emerge from the
Yeah.
chat. That's my prerogative as the chair of this panel. Now I go on the chat, and we have two questions here related to clientelism. The first one is from Ibu Laila from Magister Ilmu Politik Universitas Diponegoro. She asks, how do you predict money politics in the upcoming pilkada, which is in the context of pandemic? Do you think that it will be larger practices, or how is your prediction on that?
Yes, that's a fascinating topic, and actually, I would very much encourage Bulaila to make observations on this during the Pilkada and write a research paper on this, because this is fascinating. How will vote buying work out in this difficult context? When asked about my prediction, what I always found is that these vote buying practices are very creative always, because the election success depends on it. People always find different ways to do it. For example, just one example of the creativity that I liked, this example from India, where a politician wasn't sure whether he would get the votes if he hand out things. So he started handing out pairs of shoes, and then he would give one shoe to the voter, and then says, if you prove that you vote for me, you get the other shoe. So that with one shoe, you cannot do anything. So he knew that the voters had to vote for him, and then they would get the other shoe. So my point would be, I have a feeling that politicians are going to be very creative in finding solutions in implementing vote buying in a context of lockdown or of distancing or all that. I think this is going to be the practice are going to remain common, but creative.
Yeah, which is the takeaway: common and more creative. Which is the next question is related to the idea of clientelism and meritocracy. This is quite difficult question probably to answer because the question related to, does clientelism also occur on campuses, as well as for example, in the election of chancellor, or in Indonesia it's called rector. Do you have any take on this?
Well, not on the particularly on election of chancellor, but generally speaking, yes. I mean, we have that kind of the point that I was making about how clientelism relates to norms and behavior. I think in that sense, it pervades all institutions, not just political institutions. And when new people need to be appointed or when new positions need to be divided, there is a way that people draw on their own relationships that they have built, and they draw on what somebody calls the favor bank, that if you have done favors for others, you expect them to support you when you're trying to become counselor or other kind of position. So it is a political trick that is not used only in elections, but basically in every institution and organization. Um, which can be a bit toxic at times. But it also means that there is also sort of accountability in it too. That people need to be nice to each other in order to have a chance to get this position.
One last question, because we have to end 5 minutes after 3 p.m. This is from WhatsApp channel. The question is related to the idea of reformasi birokrasi that you mentioned in the presentation. Where to start, which is always with the collective action problem. The where to start question is always linger. Is in, for example, in Komite ASN or Komisi in the reforming public servant.
Well, I would say it's a complex problem, but the basic summary would be take away the control of politicians over appointments. That's the basic thing. Don't make politicians control who gets what position, because then their decisions will be influenced with who supported whom during elections and what did you do during election campaigns, and that will undermine meritocracy. Better to have independent committees of people, senior bureaucrats, who look at CVs and behavior of bureaucrats in office and then make their own non-political choice about who gets promoted and who gets not. And I think that is the spirit of the Undang-Undang ASN of 2014. It has just not been the practice. And I think civil society, academics, like me also, we need to fight for that the decision-making power over bureaucratic appointments is taken away from politicians.
Yeah, thank you very much, Professor Ward Berenschot, for your presentations and very thorough answers to these many curiosities regarding your ideas.
Thank you. Hope we can
Thank you
meet
for the
in Semarang
questions.
very short time after pandemic finish.
I will come. I will definitely, if I can, I will. Yeah.
Yes,
love that.
thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, and so with a thank you from Pak Teguh, then I will close this session by another big thanks to Pak Leonard Sebastian and Professor Ward Berenschot for their time and for their shares of ideas and expertise. I hope both of you can come to Semarang in person as soon as possible, and please take care and stay healthy.
Thank you, Ibu. Thank you, Pak Ward.
Yes.
Thank you for organizing this. Very
Bapak
nice.
Ibu sekalian, I will close this session and will hand over this session to the MC again. Thank you very much for your active participation.
To all the
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you to the chair.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank
Thanks
you,
to
Pak Leo.
Mr. Fitna
Thank
for
you,
moderating this excellent discussion. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that marks the end of the second session, also the last panel discussion of the day in the International Conference on Indonesian Social and Political Inquiries, ICISPE 2020. Let me, on behalf of the committee, express my biggest gratitude for the speakers, moderators, as well as participants for the attendance and participation. Good luck with your day, and we'll see you tomorrow at the cluster discussion. Stay safe and be healthy. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and you may now leave this virtual room. Thank you.
Julian, can we take photo together? Everybody to turn on the video.
Okay, let's
Yeah,
see.
just ask everybody and take photo.
Okay, so please everyone turn your
and then
video on.
take
We're
photo
going
for
to take
our
some pictures of the
faculty
first
arsip.
day of ICISPE 2020. I will count to 3 and you all can post whatever you like. Slide of the participants.
Okay.
Okay. I'm waiting for everyone to turn their video on. Okay.
Maybe you need to stop for sharing then, so everybody can show their videos.
Okay, first let's go on the first slide. 1, 2, 3. Okay, it's taken. Now next slide of participants. Okay.
Okay. Finish ya, Julian.
Okay, it is taken. Thank you so much.
Terima kasih Mbak Yulian.
Sama-sama Ibu.
Terima kasih.
Sama-sama.
Terima kasih semuanya.
Sukses selalu untuk ICISPE.
Terima kasih Ibu.
Terima kasih.